Part 2, Chapter 12 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cocaine. Your people should be told then. Here is one who would corrupt the rose of lesbian yawn, who leaves a blight upon our homes. Arthur Stringer. Cocaine, says Abraham C. Weber, is the most virulent of the habit-forming drugs. It makes maniacs and criminals. Outrages on women in certain sections of America are directly traceable to excessive use of cocaine. It produces in criminals the most unusual forms of violence and abnormal crime. In resisting arrest, a cocainist will not hesitate to murder. Cocaine was introduced to America about 35 years ago, its anesthetic properties being discovered by Keller, but its danger to the public was not made known until several years later, when it became a habit through the medium of carta cures. Laws were enacted in the different state legislatures providing safeguards for its use and penalties for its abuse. At the present time, the annual consumption in the United States of cocoa leaves from which cocaine is obtained amounts to over 1 million pounds. This amount produces approximately 150,000 ounces, which has been computed as sufficient to furnish every man, woman, and child with 2.5 doses. 75% of the cocaine manufactured is used for illicit purposes. These figures do not include the quantity smuggled into the country. Of later years, cocaine has been considered a luxury to be indulged in at snow or coke parties. The effects of these orgies on the participants are various, but always deplorable, making for perverted senses and the enfeeblement of the will. Cocaine ultimately vitiates all the relations of life. An addict once told me that in attending a party, he finds after hitting the snow, he is filled with a sense of super optimism. "Ah, how can I explain it to you?" he asked. "The first effect is thrilling and exhilarating. The mind is quickened, everything roseate. Summer is always here. I am never poor. In this mood I am impelled to make wagers freely and to wag a very intemperate tongue. I was at a sniffing party in London, England, the night the Lusitania was sunk, and wagered with a fellow £50 to £5 that the United States would declare war in 48 hours. Then I offered to lick him to enforce my bet. If I had not been in a state of semi-insanity from the dope, I would have known the wager was an impossible one and would have saved my money. Under the spell, I am always unable to distinguish between congruous and incongruous." "And how do you feel when the drug has loosened its spell?" I asked. "What is the counterspell?" "When the excitant effect has worn away, I feel as though squirrels were walking over my back. Or, if I am outside, I argue to myself that I am being pelted with raindrops. My super optimism is succeeded by a corresponding depression, a feeling of terror and doom. In this state I have hallucinations and see things, or have double vision. At other times I observe rays coming off different objects. If I stare at a door, presently there is some specific envisionment. The door opens and a head comes in, or perhaps several heads. A white flower in someone's buttonhole may become an angel. Out of doors more than once, I have been chased far down the street by terribly hostile trees. Another addict related to me how for 3 days his brain was a photographic record, the words from which blotted out all other sounds. While indulging heavily in cocaine, he had been listening to men play poker for 3 days. Their jargon had become so firmly a part of his brain that he could hear almost nothing but such expressions as bet you 100 or what have you got in the hole. When his wife spoke to him, he would say, "Don't you know you shouldn't speak when people are playing?" My greatest sufferings, explained this man, have come from the idea that people have gotten wise to me. This has caused me to suffer a living hell and has made me feel like killing them. How else do you suffer? I asked. What are the pangs of a cocaine user? Starvation, he explains jerkily. When using coke for several days, I don't eat. No addict does, and so I become weak and thin. I get low in vitality, so low that if you put out your hands and touch me suddenly, I would feel as if bolts of electricity had passed into me. The magnetism of your body would hurt me. Tut, I ejaculate. This is only a form of delusional insanity. Nearly all cocainists tell me of electrical influences that are hostile. This may be so, too. And here he grinned crookedly. Please don't say tut so sharply. It feels exactly like the point of a knife to me. 2. Among the teenage boys and girls, the story of the party has been told by a gentleman in the state of Washington. The business starts with the boy, he says, especially the boy who can get his dad's automobile car and knows how to run it. The dope seller, ever looking for new fields to conquer, will inform the boy if he can get a party of boys in a car. The boy will be enabled to have a lot of fun with them at a coke party. The peddler will go even farther and will supply the shot. On the second occasion, the peddler is not there, not to give free dope, but to sell it. The boys of last night become the propagandists of today, for strangely enough, the dope addict immediately develops a mania for recruiting others. When a host is told by his guest that he does not take a drink, the host invariably commands his good sense and pours one for himself. Not so the addict. He thirsts for converts. Not long ago in Montreal, a man died from the effect of an overdose of drugs taken at a dope party, which resulted in one of the party being charged with manslaughter. In the Canadian city which I live, it has been calculated that several hundred persons attend snow parties weekly, or about a half of 1% of the population. Although the seaport cities have troubled incidents, these figures may be taken as fairly representative of the party goers. The computation does not, however, include the addicts who are using allied narcotics or who have become confirmed users of cocaine. It would be safe to add another half of 1% to cover this number. Persons who are not posted could hardly credit these statements, but officials have intimate information, know them to be fairly accurate. These parties are held in livery stables or garages, in empty box cars, in opium joints, super rooms, supper rooms, or private apartments, attics, cellars, or almost any place that can be locked against surprises and generally result in much foolish conversation and more foolish laughter. Tongues are light as leaves, and, for that matter, so are heads. Indeed, and it may be said generally of the participants what Margaret Asquith said of the statesmen of her day. Whatever Dicky's native impulses were, no one could ever say he controlled them. In order that the symptoms and habits of cocaine may be known to parents and to others, we would point out that after a large dose, muscular spasms of the face are noticeable and the pupils of the eyes become dilated. A motor restlessness becomes apparent, and in this condition the cocainist will walk long distances, realizing this afterwards by his sore muscles and weariness. As the drug tolerance increases, loss of appetite, dyspepsia, insomnia, loss of memory, and inability to concentrate the mind are noticeable symptoms. The end is a state of extreme melancholy or of mania. Dr. W. H. B. Stoddart, medical superintendent of the Bethlehem Royal Hospital, London, says of cocaine users, in conjunction with general feeling of depression, the judgment is warped so that the patients get the idea that the hand of every man is against them. They become anxious and fear all manner of impending harm. Especially are wives distrusted and accused of infidelity. The patients are often impulsive and violent. They may willfully destroy valuable property by reason of some fantastic delusion. They may murderously attack their supposed persecutors or commit suicide to escape them. Dr. Stoddart says further that, on abstaining from the drug, some patients complain of pains in the limbs, mostly in the joints, and that there may be hallucinations of hearing. This drug, he says, is so enslaving that relapse occurs even more frequently than with morphia. Cocaine paranoia is liable to last several months, and a few patients become permanently insane. Cocaine addiction is more easily cured than other forms, and for this reason, peddlers prefer to deal with opium or morphia addicts. A cocaine fan can go to a hospital or the country and break himself off the drug. An addict who is a man of marked culture and who has tried all kinds of sleep-producing drugs tells us that Chinamen will spend $10 a day to make an opium addict so as to secure his permanent enslavement. I can give up cocaine, he continued, but when anyone speaks to me of doing so, my body starts to ache and I get the needles. That is to say, a mixture of nerves and muscles. There is no great physical reaction, though. The habit is a dissipation, or a kind of mental craving. One desires the feeling of optimism or of content it inspires, and to be able to live in the past. I enjoy, too, the feeling of taste and the seeing of sounds. My senses become confused so that a disagreeable odor may be like a perfume. If you can relinquish the habit without excessive suffering, why not do so? I urge. Once I did, he makes answer. I went to the country where no cocaine was obtainable and drove a steam plow for 3 months. I became strong as a champion, but the tortures attending the drug adjournment were not comparable with those endured in the endless following of the long, long furrows which presented nothing upon which I could turn my thoughts. Increasingly, I became filled with a kind of self-fed fury till, ultimately, I returned to the city and to my wonted indulgence. Some day, to effect a cure, I intend shutting myself up for a week or two with a lot of food and a large bathtub. I really intend to do it, you know. Were you not ashamed of returning to addiction disease once you had become rid of it? I query further. How could you do so terrible a thing? Yes, I was ashamed. I felt that I ought to be dead, but I wasn't. I could have committed suicide, but after all, this would not have been important to anyone, not even to myself. What did you do then? I asked, having put your hand to the plow and having turned back, both literally and metaphorically, to what work you did next turn. Nothing much, I admit, nothing but the writing of letters. Nearly all cocaine dopers write long letters and keep on writing them, especially after an injection. You get lit up then, and your mind becomes unusually alert. Several of our most popular writers are cocainists. I can tell it from their fine spun theories and from the minute delineation of their characters. These writers work out plots in great detail and with almost superhuman cunning, especially where the plot relates to the detection of crime. Ultimately, such writers become spiritualists. No, no, he replies, without my having asked the question. Cocaine will not put brains into a numbskull, but it stimulates the brain. Also, it awakens every evil passion and accentuates it. But some of us think spiritualists may have delusions without cocaine. I make comment. There was that man who last week shot one of our policemen, and now it turns out this man had been attending spiritual seances and had become imbued with the theory of mediums. There may not be any sequence between cocaine and spiritualism, answered the addict. This may be one of my delusions too, but I am sure a parallel exists in that both are straight on the road to Endor. You know the lines, don't you? Oh, the road to Endor is the oldest road, and the craziest road of all. Straight it runs to the witch's abode, as it did in the days of Saul. And nothing has changed the sorrow in store for such as go down the road to Endor. 2. Speaking of detectives and their cunning, continued the addict, every cocainist is considered a big fellow as he can succeed in dosing the stuff. Ah, madame, by evading the police we get justice. Also drugs. A soldier fellow whom I know boasts that he was in jail for a month and lit up every day. He has some kind of metal plate in his back over which he wears two chamois pads. They're being held in place by buckles and straps. In these pads he carries his supply against emergencies. Yes, that was a wise old chap who said, common sense is to seize the inevitable and make use of it. A woman I know keeps a supply in her cellar in the water tank just beneath the water line. The bottle is the same color as the water, so that if you looked in the tank you would not notice it. The woman gives parties, but she always charges for the stuff. Also, she is very arrogant and mean to the middle of her bones. Money has been spoken of as a very desirable form of power, but let me tell you here, madame, that to exercise the power and insolence of a supreme potentate, all one needs is a company of clamorous addicts and a stock of cocaine or morphine. Where do you get drugs when you go to a strange city? I asked. How do you make the connection? Hola! Being an addict and carrying the signs on my white and very facile face, I can get it almost anywhere. If I have not connected with a drugstore, physician, or some illicit dealer, I can nearly always secure it in a dance hall or cabaret. Often I get it from the musician's wife, who stands around and waits till her man is through with his part in the orchestra, or whatever his turn may be. Usually, what she lacks in morals she makes up in suavity. No one suspects her of peddling, and no one suspects me of purchasing, for I cache the drift of coke in the finger of my glove, or in some equally casual place. It is clumsy to putter around with pockets and purses when you make the meet. The police might get you, although, on the whole, buying dope is really a modest undertaking and not fraught with any more terrors than buying potatoes. Then cocainists are not greatly afraid of the police, I remark, with a rising inflection that suggests an answer. That I can hardly tell you, he replies. It depends upon the person's mental condition and what the probabilities of detection are. In many places, the police seem absolutely impervious to the traffic, or do not know how to go about the rounding up of either dopers or peddlers. Perhaps this addict is right in his opinion of us, for in Canada, 70% of the thieves are either undiscovered or acquitted. Most of these thieves are drug addicts who steal again as soon as they are released. The profession of malefactor has become a profitable one in this dominion, the emoluments being large. The forger, bootlegger, thief, drug peddler, and white slaver wax fat in the land in spite of our police surveillance. Ay, it were a fine thing to be King of Canada, and to make these criminals run for their villain lives. In my opinion, apart from the lack of point, the police methods are much too easeful. The drug traffic will never be destroyed until the police are given more arbitrary powers than at present. Then, too, if there were more men on the morality squads to round up these abandoned dangerous crooks, there would be less need for patrolmen. Wherever a drugs case is being heard, the court is filled with addicts and peddlers, so that even a magistrate may be shocked by the weird look of the goofy audience. These occasions would seem to be propitious for snapping the pictures of runners and rats, but as yet I have never seen it done. Perhaps they do it in some cities with the idea of running them down. Let us hope so. When all of us get really into our stride, we never overlook a point of vantage in this grim and desperate game. 3. There is only one way to cure the cocaine evil, and that is for its manufacture to be barred all the world over. It no longer has legitimate use, having been displaced by Novocaine, Stovocaine, and other agencies which paralyze and benumb tissues when applied locally. These are less dangerous also, and without the possibility of becoming a habit. That its manufacture can be barred is shown by a discussion which took place at the Hague Convention of 1912. At this convention, the necessity of dealing with the traffic in opium was discussed because it had become a scourge, spreading economic ruin and moral as well as intellectual degradation. Great Britain insisted that the study of morphine and cocaine was as important as opium and that the morphine and cocaine evil would increase if only opium was considered. Italy suggested similar study as to hashish and Indian hemp. Emphasizing the British position, it was learned that the beginning with the suppression of the opium vice in China and other Far Eastern countries, a determined and calculated effort was made by the manufacturers of morphine and cocaine to introduce these drugs in replacement of opium. Such efforts had largely succeeded, and the world was presented the spectacle of many great governments willingly sacrificing or providing for the sacrifice of an arrogant annual opium revenue in the neighborhood of $100 million, only to see the subjects of some of them pressing two other deadly drugs into the hands of those Far Eastern people who had heroically determined and were bent upon the abandonment of the opium vice. The Hague Convention thereupon agreed on a general course of action to become operative throughout the world, looking to the regulation of the manufacture and disposition of morphine and cocaine. Since then, the signatories to this pledge have been enabled to place a limit upon the imports through legitimate channels, even if the underground methods remain as yet vastly out of hand. That the signatories, whether through the Hague Convention or the League of Nations, shall ultimately deal with the suppression of unnecessary and deadly drug like cocaine can hardly be doubted, and certainly should not be delayed. The same applies to all narcotics. International agreement, or maybe we should say international disarmament, concerning narcotics seems the only satisfactory solution of this especially disquieting problem. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of The Black Candle. This is a LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Girls as Pedlars. But, Othello, speak. Did you by indirect and forced courses subdue and poison this young maid's affections, or came it by request and such fair question as soul to soul affordeth? Shakespeare. Much has been said of late concerning the entrapping of girls by Chinamen in order to secure their services as peddlers of narcotics. The importance of the subject is one which warrants our closest scrutiny. Also, it is one we dare not evade, however painful its consideration. Personally, we have never known of such a case. It is true, of course, that hundreds of girls are living with Chinamen and are peddling drugs, but almost invariably the girl has put herself in the way by visiting Chinese chop suey houses or other places of business. Generally speaking, the girl goes to the Chinaman because she has learned the drug habit and wants to get her drugs secretly. At first, she doesn't know what is before her. Later, she doesn't care. It is not true, however, that a white girl or woman who is keeping to her own preserves is hunted like game, stalked to windward, and tracked by the Chinaman in order that she may be bent to his criminal purpose or minister to his libidinous desires. The following statement taken before me very recently may seem, at first glance, to be a contradiction of this contention, but subsequently the woman in the case acknowledged that, while in Calgary and Edmonton, she had gone to Chinese restaurants of her own accord and had asked for work. Because of a quarrel with her mother-in-law and her husband, she had fled from the United States to Canada without giving notice of her intention. This is her story. X, Y, being duly warned, states as follows. I came to the city of Edmonton from Calgary on Saturday last. Upon arrival in Edmonton, I stopped at the hotel for 3 days. I was advised by a Chinaman in Calgary to come to Edmonton to make some money. I do not know his name. After leaving the hotel, I went around different rooming houses in the city. On Wednesday, about 8 p.m., a short Chinaman followed me and spoke to me. He asked me to meet him the next day about 8 p.m. and he would take me to a Chinese laundry. I met him at the stated time and he asked me to not walk with him but to follow him. I followed him to a laundry near some big warehouses. I do not know the street. Upon arrival at the laundry, the Chinaman told me to go upstairs. It was dark, and I was afraid. He then told me to go in a room and turn on the light. The rest of the statement may not be printed, but concluded with these words. Then the detectives came in. They took the name of the Chinaman and brought me to the police station for investigation. The curious-minded reader will desire to know what happened after her arrest, and so I shall relate the sequel, although it is a story without thrills. We held the woman in the cells for a week, and wired her husband that he was needed in Canada. He turned out to be a railway official of striking presence, even as she was apparently a woman of culture. Were they reconciled, you ask? It seemed too much to expect, but actually they were. So after all, it must be true that there is a providence even in the city. When the man heard what I had to say, and how a good man must perforce to be a father to his wife as well as a husband, he thanked me, crossed the room to where she sat in charge of an officer, and led her quietly away. This is not much of a story, but still it serves to show how a woman went wrong, and how she escaped the consequences of her wrongdoings. Of course, it must remain a problem that such a woman fell in such a way. Maybe she was suffering from dementia praecox, a form of insanity which affects young persons and leads them to commit crimes. These youthful dements acquire vicious habits and are unable to resist temptation. But then this may be only our special viewpoint, for the longer we are engaged in judging criminals, the more fully we become persuaded that they are nearly all unbalanced, or at least affected with some queer mental slant. On another occasion, the Mother Superior and one of the sisters of a Catholic refuge home brought to me a girl aged 17 who had a Chinese lover. She had been working as a domestic in one of the leading homes of the city, and it was found that Wu Qin, whose morals were as oblique as her eyes, used to call and see her in the mornings before any of the members of the household had come down. There is a Turkish proverb which advises, "Before you love, learn to run through the snow, leaving no footprint." Wu Qin had not observed this proverb, and his footprints across the garden plot of unsullied snow led to his visits being discovered. There was no charge which could be preferred against either of them, but by special arrangement the girl was placed at the refuge home for protection. These good women kept her strictly to the grounds of the institution, but presently they found the Chinaman Wu Qin to be on campaign, as that he knew the exact hour when Pearl was free to take air outdoors, and where letters or dainties might be placed with a reasonable certainty of her finding them. "Did you say her name was Pearl?" I ask of the Mother Superior. "Yes," she replies, with a slight perceptible lowering of her eyes. "But I fear your worship may find her to be somewhat lacking in the gracious embodiment her name suggests." And so it happened, for as I pulled on her mental and moral muscle, it was to find an amazing insensibility which utterly blighted my highest hopes for her retrievement. Also, she had most of the striking indications of a girl who was needlessly healthy. Being excellently wise, the sisters had themselves to learn how the Mongolian Wu Qin had become familiar with the little secrets of their home, such as the hours of rest and recreation. The thing was a puzzle that bade fair to remain unsolved until, in a moment of unwonted candor, another young miss in custody confessed that, at the request of Pearl, she used to leave a stamped letter addressed to the Chinaman on the seat of the streetcar when the sisters took her to the dentist, in the hope that the finder might post it, and the finder always did. And now the sisters wanted to know how they might save the girl. Like Eve, her primal mother, she had become learned in the law even while she walked in the garden, and knew that the refuge home was not a place of detention, and that no one might restrain her, however worthy their intentions. "I'm not going back to Wu," she said to me. "I am going back to work." "Will you work in the country then, or in another city?" "No, I will work here." "If you work with Wu, we shall see that he is deported," I threaten. "Wu is a Canadian citizen and may not be deported," she replies. In this she has been perfectly instructed. Wu Qin, should it please her fancy, might laugh in his westernized sleeve and say, "Gee whizza, police big chumpy, me number 1 boy, all right." And so Pearl went out to board with the white women at whose house she had first met Wu Qin, just as the other girls were meeting other Chinamen, and none of us could say them nay. Pearl will come back to us some day, but it will either be as a prisoner or as one who seeks a place to die. They all come back, and it is foolish to say, "You were warned," or "I told you so." It is better to recall for oneself the words of Sadi, the Persian sage: "Whoso hath no patience hath no wisdom." And once a mother brought some letters her daughter had received from A Pai, a Chinaman, requesting that she call for her washing. He wrote well, framed his sentences correctly, and expressed himself with deference. The girl was an accountant in a well-known business house, and of such marked probity of character that her mother would not allow her to be even questioned on the matter. Yet the happening seemed to require an explanation from the girl, in that she never sent her laundry to Apai, that the letters had been addressed at intervals to both her former and latter places of residence, and because she had never shown the epistles to her mother, their discovery being accidental. The more one studies the subject, especially when all the facts are available, the more one is convinced that all the marital relations between white women and men of color, the glove is always thrown by the woman, or at least deliberately dropped. What difference does it make, you ask? Not a great deal. In any event, the girl becomes an outcast from her people. If not already a drug user, she drifts into the habit, or becomes an agent for the distribution of inhibited drugs. Almost invariably, she becomes another recruit for that army of workers, those desperately hard workers in the non-essential industry known as prostitution. In any study of the problems presented by the drug traffic, the relation of the girl peddler to the yellow man is one which cannot be overlooked, and indeed it seldom is. Usually we shift the responsibility for her fall upon the shoulders of the alien, where it does not necessarily belong. Certain journalists, with all sincerity of purpose, have stirred up racial hatred against the Chinamen on this account, and have called them beasts and yellow dogs. Let us punish these foreign immigrants if they deserve it. Let us exclude them from our country if our policy so impels. But let us refrain from making them the eternal scapegoats for the sins of ourselves or of our children. It is not the Saxon way. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hypodermic Needle. There is a world outside the one you know, which for curiousness L can't compare. If the Chinese introduced opium to this continent, America has paid them back 1,000-fold in very evil coin by teaching them the use of the hypodermic needle, which enables them to use morphine sulfate, the derivative of opium, with comparative convenience and with much less chance of detection. This instrument also enables them to absorb the drug more readily into their system and without its peculiar distastefulness. Morphine is very bitter, even more bitter than the proverbial gall, and can hardly be used by the mouth, for which reason the needle is almost a necessity. Other drug users who cannot afford to purchase the drug in tablet form use the ash called yen shi, which is the residue of smoked opium. When water is added and the solution strained, it is then shot into the arm in order that the habitués may maintain a holdover or keep on the drug. If the habitué is even ordinarily cautious, he strains the solution through filter paper or through cotton batting before using it. This cotton batting is carefully hoarded against the rainy day when no money is available for the purchase of yen shi. It is then boiled and used for a shot. The solution is known in the underworld as yen shi medicine and enables an 8-grain morphinus to reduce to about 3 grains and still be conscious of thrill or rear in the daily dose. Its use, however, is almost certain to cause painful abscesses, and for this reason, it is only used by the poorer addicts. A close-up sight of the punctures or branding marks of the needle is shocking to one who has never seen the body of an addict. It has been claimed, and it is quite true, that dope guns are more destructive to the world than heavy artillery. For the uninitiated, it is well to explain more fully that morphine sulfate is prepared in both tablet and powder form, being soluble in warm water. The addict or prodder usually melts the tablet in a teaspoonful of water over gas, a lamp, or a candle and draws the warm solution into the gun. He then inserts the needle in his arm or shoulder and presses hard on the plunger. The fire-blackened spoon, which is used for cooking the shot, is found in the room of nearly all addicts. Instead of the syringe, the prodder or rat sometimes uses a safety pin to make the hole in his arm and an eyedropper to insert the solution. These pinch shots are frequently resorted to by the drug slaves of the poorer classes who cannot afford to buy a hypodermic syringe. Or, if they have a syringe, they prefer to spend their money on purchasing drugs rather than replacing the broken needles. Under the guise of the slow reduction cure or the ambulatory treatment, certain physicians, usually denominated as dope doctors, have taught the use of the hypodermic needle to their patients, thus enabling these to operate it personally. It is wonderful how tedious this method may become and how much money the unprofessional ruffian can make out of this method, especially when the patient is well-to-do. Dr. Osler was right when he said that the hypodermic syringe was too dangerous a weapon to trust even to the hands of a nurse. No patient under any circumstance should use it upon himself. Abraham C. Weber, Assistant District Attorney General of Suffolk County, who served on a special drug commission created by the Massachusetts legislature, has said, without the needle drug addiction would never have made much headway in America. The original form of drug dissipation was confined to opium smoking. This distinguished statement leaves nothing unsaid. It is claimed that at the present time morphine is the most popular of all narcotics, and this seems to be shown by the replies to the thousands of questionnaires sent out by the Special Committee on Investigation appointed by the Secretary of the Treasury in Washington in 1918. The replies from the almshouses showed that 111 of the inmates were using gum opium, 157 smoking opium, 3,072 morphine, 900 heroin, 30 codeine, 76 laudanum, 123 paregoric, and 24 cocaine. Only 30% of the superintendents of the almshouses answered the government's questions, showing that Uncle Sam, as well as Jack Canuck, had also a fair share of half-baked blunderers in the shape of public officials, the type who adopt a superior attitude when asked for information on the drug traffic, or who hide their ignorance of it under either silence or an emphatic denial. In discussing the above figures with an addict who has used all kinds of drugs, he declares these figures to be misleading. Nearly all morphinists begin as cocainists and continue to use it. Although the almshouses have registered these addicts as morphinists, a closer examination would prove them to be mixers. The effect of morphine, he further claims, is largely physical, while that of cocaine is mental. The latter counteracts the inertia engendered by the former. The cocaine is sometimes injected in a vein, but this practice is dangerous and is said to be only practiced by inured addicts. This is what they call taking it in the heart. Some of these persons do not allow the vein to heal up, but on each occasion lift the congealed blood sufficiently to again insert the needle. The addict who discussed these matters with me is a man of position and of marked ability. He does not use morphine for any pleasure it affords, but because he suffers when it is taken away. To use the correct jargon, it has hooked him. Many addicts, he continues, find a fascination in the hypodermic syringe, which is almost inexplicable, and play with it as with a toy. Paradoxical as it sounds, they like to punish themselves with the needle for the pleasure it affords. I think most men like to take a moiety of pains with their pleasure, just as the mountain climber strains his muscles, freezes his face, and endangers his life for the something hidden behind the hills. But the pain, I argue, is so terribly out of proportion to the pleasure. Its use is stupid. Why lick honey from such ugly thorns? A lifting of the eyebrows and a shrug of the shoulders, silence, then this statement, "Ah, I stay with it always, this peaceable remedy of human life." It is no remedy, I further insist. Instead of being a surcease from cares, the suicide of morphine addicts has become so common that in some states of the Union it was necessary to amend the section of the poison law which related to carboic acid, this being their favorite poison. Yes, yes, he replies. People sometimes get so far as a remorse dose, but I have not reached the stage. Hypodermic administration leads to other trouble than septic poisoning, with its loathsome abscesses. The common use of the needle by several persons sometimes causes communicable diseases to be transmitted. This common use of the needle is practiced in the cabaret and dance hall dressing rooms, or in those of a theater. Frequently, the woman in charge of the room sells the tablets. On the other hand, a large quantity of morphine was recently found on the shelves of a rooming house kitchen in one of our Canadian cities. The man in charge of the place was caught with the hypodermic needle in his hands, and, according to police, he was openly taking the drugs in the presence of his wife and children. They also alleged that this rooming house was a distributing center, although camouflaged as the office of a messenger service. After the arrests were made, the detectives answered several telephone calls asking for narcotics and instructed the friends to call for their drugs, so that other arrests were made in a few minutes after the callers had handed in their money for the drugs. In a fashionable residential district of the same Canadian city, a woman and man were arrested, on which occasion the detectives, over the telephone, took the names of 27 well-known citizens in the same district who were asking for supplies through this illicit channel. It is claimed that morphinism is frequently among nurses, doctors, and medical students who have experience with the drug and can obtain it more readily. It happens, too, that habituated nurses, in order to indulge themselves with the stuff during the night, will accustom a chronic patient to the use of the needle, and so it frequently happens that the unfortunate patient finds himself in slavery to this unsatisfying drug, 1,000-fold more painful than his original disease. Or the nurse may be merely a sympathetic assuager of pain, a person of compliant disposition who readily yields to the wishes of the patient, thus allowing him to subside into the debasing indulgence of morphinism, or into its leisurely annihilation. Several years ago, one of the prodders was brought to court charged with having morphine illegally in possession. Her son, a boy coming to manly age, accompanied her under a similar charge. They had a hypodermic syringe between them, and both were covered with carbuncles from its use. The lad was slack-jawed, sodden-spirited, and lacked what physicians describe as muscular integrity. Also, he was full of tedious words. If we would only give him the drug called morphia, he would be our father, our mother, and our brother to the end of the world. He would tell us who were selling drugs. He would go out with the police and be a pigeon for them. Surely we couldn't see him die just for one shot. Surely that is an incontrovertible adage of the Orient. Need hath no peer. Except for her drooling mouth, the body of the woman was emaciated and juiceless. On her face it was written how she was an overcomer of evil by evil. There are practically dead ones, I say to myself, non-creative, non-productive parasites. Their purposes are paralyzed. None of us can help them. Then the woman reminds me how, years and years ago, away 3,000 miles to the south, she and I were girls together, and that I had been in her home. Wouldn't I release her for the sake of her mother and the old times? Yet, because she had disclosed her identity to me and had betrayed her family, one of the oldest and most honorable in Ontario, I could only feel that she had fallen deeper in the social scale. What would her mother have me do? This was the question. Suddenly, in spite of the moral abyss over which she had fallen, she seemed to have claim upon me. Even a magistrate may suffer soul ache and feel a piteous perplexity. What would her mother have me do? Yes, this was the question. There was only one answer. The sufferer must be freed from drug habituation and from the poignancy of her suffering. She must be placed in the provincial jail. It would have been better to send her to an institution for the cure of addicts, but we have no such hospitals in this Dominion, and no one seems to care whether we have or not. Indeed, there can be found persons in authority who will tell you there is not $1 in Canada for this purpose. They were bitter words the woman uttered when I imposed a term of months upon her, but these fell scatheless upon me, for I knew this severe and unrelenting treatment was, after all, only a demonstration of kindness, and may be of love, for the victim herself. In dealing with such cases, the slack hand and the lenient rule must ever prove the cruel ones. I have never seen her since, this girl companion of long ago, but wherever she is, may the upholder of the skies have pity on her weakness. Another woman who had fallen under the infamous enchantment of morphine came to us a year or so ago and requested a term in jail. She had been taking joy shots for several years and had fallen into a frenzy of desperation where her one idea was to commit suicide. As a demonstration of spent humanity, her condition lacked nothing. She had small volition and less hope, while her whole appearance was that of extreme dejection. It was a drug user himself who once said that of all things which it is odious to pay for, a luxury enjoyed in the past is most so. This woman, after spending 7 months in jail, came to me on her release. From a blear-eyed, unutterably lean woman, she had become roseate with health. Indeed, she had recovered sufficiently to just about her former desire to commit suicide. You see, Mrs. Murphy, I really couldn't let it happen, for the city coroner would be sure to say temporary insanity, and there has never been any of that in our family. It is alleged that this woman has again returned to the use of morphine, but of this I cannot speak with certainty. It is not unlikely, however, for Judge Cornelius F. Collins of the United States says that 90% of all addicts who have been treated in hospitals have relapsed after regaining liberty. Dr. Royal S. Copeland, Vice President of the American Health Association, thinks that 50% would probably be more correct. The general public would be safe to strike the mean and say 70%. Addicts return to the habit because the peddlers, to get their custom, waylay and offer them free drugs. The peddlers boast that it is too late for the traffic to be stopped, their power over the populace being tenable against all odds. In Canada and Great Britain, no steps have been taken to prohibit the sale of hypodermic syringes, but in some states of the American Union, it is a crime to be found unlawfully in possession of one without a doctor's prescription. In the state of New York, the statute reads as follows: no person except a dealer in surgical instruments, apothecary, physician, dentist, veterinarian, or nurse, attendant or intern of a hospital, sanatorium, or institution in which persons are treated for disability or disease should at any time have or possess a hypodermic syringe or needle, unless such possession be authorized by the certificate of a physician issued within the period of 1 year thereto. Undoubtedly, the Opium and Drugs Act of Canada should be amended so that the possession of a hypodermic syringe should bear the same penalty as the possession of illicit drugs. A manufacturer's agent who covers all parts of Canada with his wares said the other day that since his last annual trip, the demand for hypodermic needles has increased over 1,000%. Without vouching for the absolute correctness of his figures, we may safely take it that the increase has been an alarming one. In Vancouver, it is related recently that a woman who was an invertate drug user injected morphine into her baby whenever it cried or was troublesome. When the infant died, its body was found to be terribly punctured by the hypodermic needle. End of part 2, chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prescriptions. Opium medicorum. Juvenile. A talented writer who was also a close observer has remarked, if we hold faith in gold, notwithstanding base metal, let us be assured that nowhere is that gold found at a higher percentage of purity than among doctors. Where one faun has stolen the mantle of Escapulus, as the good sire lay sleeping, there are 100 upon whom he has dropped it as upon worthy children. That this is true has been evidenced of late by the action taken by the medical associations in disciplining those of their profession who have been proven guilty of a breach of medical ethics in the prescribing of opiates. The Harrison Narcotic Law of the United States provides that the opiate drugs and cocaine may be dispensed by a physician in the course of his professional practice only, but unfortunately has not defined the meaning of these words. The decisions of the courts to the present go to establish, however, the conclusion that the dispensing of opiates to addicts on the pretense of curing addiction does not constitute proper professional practice. In discussing this matter, Thomas S. Blair, M.D., has said, there is a tremendous incidence of cancer, advanced tuberculosis, inoperable surgical conditions, post-operative lesions, neglected cases of syphilis with aggravated tertiary symptoms, untreated bladder and prostatic cases, old focal infections, aggravated cases of rheumatoid arthritis, chronic asthma, gallstone disease, painful undiagnosed lesions deeply visceral, and it sometimes is imperatively necessary that these persons be supplied narcotics, often in ascending dosage. It is clearly not the intention of any government to interfere with such legitimate practice, and no physician should be intimidated in the treatment of disease or pathological conditions other than drug addiction, including the alleviation of pain. Of course, in such cases, the physician to prescribe should be in personal attendance and not merely prescribing at a long range. According to the Narcotic Regulations number 35 of the United States, a physician is not regarded as in personal attendance upon a patient within the intent of the statute unless he is in personal attendance upon such patient away from his office. The regulations of the state of New York also require that for professional treatment or in institutions, before prescribing narcotics, the physician must make thorough physical examination and places notes of the same upon file. Professional practice of this kind is something wholly different from the variety described by a prominent official in the Department of Narcotic Drug Control in New York. This official tells of a narcotic practitioner, or what they call a script doctor, who used to leave the upper sash of his basement window lowered so that his patients could toss their registration cards as addicts into the opening. Hundreds of these cards were gathered up daily by his wife, who carried them to the doctor. When arrested, he was found in bed with 45 prescriptions for patients who he had never seen, but from whom he drew a very large revenue. The wickedness of such a physician seems hardly susceptible to amendment. This official tells of a doctor who prescribed as many as 800 emergency prescriptions in one day, and of still another who prescribed a grain a day for an infant. The baby's mother earned her livelihood by cleaning drug stores and saloons, leaving the child each day on the sidewalk in a perambulator for 4 hours. The drug was administered to keep the child asleep. The doctor had not examined the infant, but prescribed a grain a day because he supposed it was an addict, its mother being one. It was also found in New York that one of these commercial physicians prescribed in 1 month 68,282 grains of heroin, 54,097 grains of morphine, and 30,280 grains of cocaine. Dr. Prentice says the practitioner who prescribes for people who have no pathology except that of an addiction is difficult of apprehension in that he hides behind the cloth of a reputable profession. Under the pretense of medical treatment for an assumed disease, he sells his professional privilege in a sordid market for a very large return of money. Dr. Prentice tells of a certain professional, he-wolf, now in the penitentiary, who sold from 100 to 2,600 prescriptions a week for 10 months, charging $3 for each. Some of these scripts called for as much as 500 grains of heroin or morphine at one time. It seems ineluctable, therefore, continues this fine crusader, that a physician who supplies narcotic drugs to an addict, knowing him to be an addict, or who connives or condones such an act, is either grossly ignorant or deliberately convicts himself as one of these who would exploit the miserable creatures of the addict world for sordid gain. It may be that he is himself addicted to the drug, and thus become a victim of its power to produce such profound moral perversion. For such there can be but one verdict: suspend or revoke his license to operate medicine by all means. Let him suffer the penalty of the law, and may God have mercy on his soul. That the opinion of Dr. Prentice is being backed up by the judiciary is shown by the heavy sentences imposed on the physicians in the United States convicted of commercializing in narcotic drugs. A sentence of 15 years was recently imposed on one, while 9 and 10 years respectively were imposed upon 2 others. Judge Anderson of the United States Court at Indianapolis recently sentenced a script physician to 2 years in the federal prison in Atlanta. This man had plied his evil trade in the Tenderloin district, and all his patients were girls from 15 years of age upward. 2. Such physicians are not peculiar to the United States, but flourish in almost every town and city in Canada. That they also flourish in England is manifest by a report presented in 1921 to the imperial government, showing that during the year 30 million prescriptions had been issued. These English figures are so appalling that you, perforce, return to reread them to make sure that you have read aright. The daughter of wealthy and influential parents gave me the names of 8 physicians in one city from whom she alleges that she and her girl companion purchased every other day prescriptions for 60 grains of morphine and 30 grains of cocaine. This girl would be given different names on the scripts. She claimed that when the doctors hesitated about giving her the prescriptions with all the instincts of the complete trapper, she produced the money for them, sometimes giving more than the usual charge, and in no such instance was she refused. Give me leave here to change this statement somewhat, for the girl alleges that one of the physicians, whose name she mentions, invariably requested that she first surrender herself. This girl also declares that she purchased many vials of morphine tablets from veterinary surgeons in different parts of the province, and that these tablets were larger in size, but not of such good quality as those prescribed or dispensed by physicians. It is quite clear that the animals treated by the veterinary surgeon cannot get the habit, and that his purchasing or possessing large supplies must invariably raise a question as to his professional integrity. The only addicted animal I have ever heard of was an Edmonton dog which belonged to an old and decrepit Chinaman. This canine was wont to play truant from his master, making daily visits to a Chinese shop on the next street. Upon investigation, that is to say, by spying upon the shop, the old man found that 2 of his compatriots who occupied the premises while smoking opium blew the smoke in the dog's face so that it became narcotized and learned the craving. In March of this year, a physician in Canada was alleged to have sold 120 grains of opium to a horseman on the understanding that the liniment be used for a horse. The presiding magistrate fined him, holding that only a veterinary could prescribe for equines. Cassidy, an old Irish friend of mine in the province of Alberta, desired to get some whiskey for his horse the other day, but found some difficulty in securing it. Sure, and it's your leadership knows, he confided to me, how as this province is landed high and dry by a kind of misact about hauling people to the police court if they take as much as a glass o' spirits. Whereas, woman, not wishing to be disrespectful, may God send sense to the deluding creatures that be after making the laws. It's like this, you see. I goes over to the druggist, a good-for-nothing Jackeen, and says I to him, says I, my horse does be sick, all of trembling like, and I come for a nice drop of whiskey to give him, while there's kind of cold on a horse's stomach. And this Jackeen up and says he, I do be having some poor stuff not fit for humans to drink, and you can have this for your old nag if you like. Faith, 'tis the truth I'm telling you. Them's the very words that come out of the bold and ugly face of him. And what did you say to him, Cassidy? Asked I. These townsmen don't know much about horses, do they, Cassidy? I told him how he was after speaking like a furrin spy, sure enough. And he said, sees he, as how I'd be had up for false pretenses and bad language. And I said, I'd be after letting you know that my horse has a decent taste for spirits and needs a lot of soothing and care. There'll be no blackguard blisters for yon horse, says I, even if the weather is at 40 bezouro. Troth, and I'll be giving that horse none of your moonshine rubbish neither. It is best he be after having, even if it's the price of the horse itself. But Cassidy, did he sell ye the real drop? I asked. You forgot to tell me that. Sure, and ma'am, it's yourself that does always be interested like in horses, replied old Cassidy with a gentle but perceptible lowering of the right eyelid. And may the strength of the saints be on you, now and forevermore. But it's not for the lokies of me to be telling your ladyship about everything in these blessed days of telepathy when folks do be after telegraphing each other without money. 3. A drug devotee who came to Edmonton from a village in Alberta was arrested for theft. On her person was found a prescription for 30 grains of morphine from a local doctor. She also had a box of morphine, which, of course, was confiscated. Being kept in the cells for a couple of days without cigarettes or drugs and strictly incommunicado, she was anxious to pour her story into the attentive ear of the police in hope of winning their sympathy sufficiently to secure a dose or two of dope stuff. As a result, 3 reputable physicians were summoned to appear as witnesses and several druggists to bring their records. It was then found she was in the habit of coming to the city every fortnight after her husband's payday to purchase contraband drugs. She had gone to each of these physicians and with fox-like craft had told of pains in her legs and of how she had suffered from the disease called motor taxi. As a persistent addict, she seemed the perfected article. None of the physicians knew that she was securing prescriptions from others of their profession. Had there been a narcotic division of the Board of Health with an administrator, the ruse would not have been successful, although it should be noted that in one instance she gave an assumed name. The government clinician who later examined her in jail told that she had no disease whatsoever, not even locomotor ataxia, and that in any case the use of morphine would not have been indicated. Besides, the usual prescription for pains should have been 2.5 grains instead of 30. The prescription of one of the physicians had been raised by her from 3 to 30 grains, and the prescription number placed on a box which she kept filled from other sources. In the end, the authorities rid themselves of the woman by sending her back to the United States, which country had previously dispensed with her presence gladly. Yes, Uncle Sam and our cousins have troubles of their own. Last year, in the province of Saskatchewan, 3 physicians were removed from the medical registry by the disciplinary committee of the Medical Association. The accused had counsel when the evidence was taken. In Calgary, Alberta, a physician was fined $750, while another, who had been convicted on 4 counts of prescribing cocaine to drug addicts, was suspended from the practice. That in the event of his being convicted of any future offense, his license would be revoked. In Hamilton, Ontario, It was lately held by Magistrate Jeffs that physicians who prescribe drugs for addicts must administer personally and not leave the affected person to obtain these from drug stores. The accused physician had supplied a woman with prescriptions every third day for several months for 30 grains of morphine. The magistrate ruled that the woman was not under professional treatment. The doctor was fined $200 and costs. He appealed his case, but with what result we are unable to state. But after all, the above cases are trivial in comparison with the experience of an addict in the United States who testified that she had been paying her doctor $1,000 a month for 13 months to keep her in good health. As the easy doctor is able to procure a great deal of dope stuff illicitly without keeping any record thereof, it is difficult to determine how much one of them can handle in a year. When he cannot get any more drugs wholesale without being checked up by the federal government, there is nothing to prevent his getting a few ounces from some member of the drug ring. It is true he gets the cocaine wholesale for $22 an ounce and has to pay the Chinaman $60, but the spread in prices is amply made up to him in that an ounce of cocaine contains 480 grains, and that each grain is sold for $1. If mixed with acetyl, which is also a small, white, odorless, glittering crystal, he can make still greater profits. Although he takes the matter with an obvious passivity, merely remarking, if the doper doesn't get it from me, someone else will supply him. Nevertheless, such a practitioner kills in order that he may grow rich. There are expressions which might cover his infamy, but if set down in print, these would look immoderate or even unholy. End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The immediate withdrawal cure. Vice is but a nurse of agonies. Sir Philip Sidney. Writing in the Boston American of the slow reduction cure as compared with the absolute withdrawal of narcotics, Adam C. Weber has drawn attention to the story of the old lady who, to be kind to some kittens she desired to dispose of, drowned them in warm water instead of cold. This, he continues, is the reason employed in the so-called slow reduction cures. The idea of being to prolong the treatment so long as the drug user is bringing money to the dope doctor. It goes without saying that the user himself is a strong advocate of this method. This cure is generally known as the ambulatory cure and means that the patient may walk around as usual attending his business. In the treatment, he surrenders himself or feigns to surrender himself to the method of tapering off the dosage until he is able to entirely abandon the sleep-producing substance. Having the drug in his possession without dread of interference from the police, it is easy for him to promise a physician to cut down the amount every day. If the physician be sincere and keeps gradually reducing the dose, the patient goes to another doctor and gets similar treatment. Indeed, as a peripatetic patient, he may acquire with crafty ingenuity a very considerable supply of drugs against the rainy day when his tolerance for narcotics has increased still further. In report number 540 of the United States Public Health Service, it is clearly set forth that the physician using this method for the purpose of cure places himself in the power of the patient, and that his good faith becomes, to a great extent, dependent upon theirs. In a word, he must give what the patient wants, not what judgment dictates. The health service speaks with authority on this matter, the method having been tried out by the government of the state of New York. During the 11 months their clinic was in operation, 3,000 persons were induced to take slow reduction method, but none of these were cured. One of the workers in the clinic, who had argued strongly for this system and who at first had been extremely enthusiastic, has been obliged to confess that the narcotic clinic stands out as an enormous, expensive, and colossal failure. The story of what actually happened is so striking a demonstration of the inutility of the slow reduction cure, we venture to quote it in part. The first day the clinic was open, cocaine was dispensed, but it was stopped on the second day. The chief drugs which were sold were heroin and morphine, 90% of the addicts being heroin users. All classes attended the clinic: the underworld, the criminal, respectable men and women, including physicians, clergymen, nurses, and actors. The addict was started on the maximum dose of 15 grains. Thereafter, the dose was regularly reduced in accordance with the decision of the United States Supreme Court. Demoralization set in, and the addicts became discontented. When the addicts reached the irreducible medium, they were compelled either to go to the hospital or refuse future doses at the clinic. At this period, they lost sight of thousands of addicts. As the dose became smaller, demoralization grew. The constant reduction of the dose incensed the addict, and he resorted to petty larceny, stole pocketbooks, fountain pens, and any small saleable article he could lay his hands upon. He also lied and forged in order to obtain additional drugs. The majority of the addicts who patronized the clinic were of the underworld type, and the respectable men and women who were compelled to go there through poverty were soon demoralized. Their addresses were secured, and they were followed to their homes. Pedlars openly plied their trade in the clinic in spite of 6 supervising policemen. When one peddler more daring than the others was arrested, another immediately took his place. In the course of time, the addicts were shut out of the lavatories and retiring rooms which had been assigned to them to self-administer the drug, as they grossly abused these privileges. The addicts then resorted to an adjacent park where, in the open air and before groups of school children, they applied the hypodermic needle and generally conducted themselves in an unseemly manner. The scenes became so scandalous that petitions were sent to the governor of the state and to others calling for the suppression of these demoralizing daily exhibitions by the closing of the clinic. Within a period of 11 months, the clinic had run its course. It had failed as a clearinghouse for the hospitals. It had become a profitable market for peddlers, and the so-called reduction method had failed to cure any addicts. In answer to a questionnaire sent out from Washington to the physicians registered under the Harrison Narcotic Act, replies were received from 30 2/3%. The reply showed there were 73,150 addicts under this slow reduction treatment. On the basis of 100% replies, presuming the same average to be maintained, the number of addicts who would total 237,655. It is hardly possible to compute the amount of money spent in drugs and in medical fees by these addicts in what has proven an entirely useless method, most of which money has been extracted from their credulous and long-suffering relatives, who have thus been misled into parting with their dollars. If the addict be wealthy, he shows no marked anxiety to be cured, in that he receives his daily supply in defiance of laws and regulations. Or, if these become in any way pressing, the addict hies him off to the hospital where the police cannot follow and continues his treatment without let or impediment. A writer in the survey claims that an estimate based on these reports charges 98% of the total narcotics to be 1/3 of the practitioners, the men of inferior talent, and most of them over 50 years of age. Another authority says there is a strong probability that the doctor who specializes in an office practice for the treatment of drug addiction does not represent the best standards of the profession. Feeling that laws are improper intrusions on their professional prerogatives, these physicians, who are hard to show, raise a lamentable cry about the soul-rendering agonies which are undergone by the victims, who are suddenly taken off the drug, and of the imminent danger of death to those so deprived. Most of us have accepted these statements as irrefutable because we have no reason for thinking otherwise, nor any opportunity of proving the contrary. Most prison wardens have learned, however, that a drug addict with words of wail and clamor of grief will stimulate the most dangerous symptoms if he or she can thereby obtain the usual shot of morphine. If no such hopes are held out, the addict subsides much more quickly than one would have expected. This method of sudden withdrawal, as opposed to the ambulatory or slow reduction cure, is described in the jargon of the jail as the cold turkey treatment. Speaking of it, an official in the jail remarked that if ever one broke into a wild western bronco, the experience would be helpful here. Perhaps he had in mind the reply made by a Texan ranchman when Ebert Hubbard asked, "When do you break your horses?" "Partner," was the reply. "Partner, we have no time to break horses in Texas. We just climb on and ride them." 3. This routine of immediate withdrawal has been tried on 25,000 cases at the large hospitals and penitentiaries of the United States for the past several years, without any deaths resulting. The same applies to the majority of the jails in Canada. If, however, the patients were suffering from organic diseases of the kidneys, lungs, or heart, a more gradual method was adopted, but the withdrawal was certain and complete. Albert C. Prentice, AM, MD, in the Journal of the American Medical Associations, published an article showing the effects and treatment of the cold turkey method. The Department of Health at Ottawa has been permitted to reprint this article in pamphlet form and is distributed among the physicians and magistrates of Canada. Dr. Prentice says, in part, addicts must be maintained under rigid control, generally in a suitable institution, and should be in bed from 3 days to a week during the withdrawal of the treatment. Withdrawal symptoms are typical, though not constantly present to the same degree. Some addicts enormously exaggerate their sufferings and complain bitterly, striving to excite sympathy by displaying an hysterical emotionalism, anticipating another dose of the drug. Others endure their discomfort with stoicism, with the idea of being through with it quickly. They complain of abdominal cramps, nausea, vomiting, pains in the bones, great restlessness, insomnia, and fear. All these symptoms can be masked to a great extent by the administration of 1/200th grain of scopolamine hybromate for the first 36 hours, every 6 hours. During this period, in fact, up to the end of 72 hours, the patients are disposed to remain in semi-hypnotic condition, thirst being the chief complaint, and plenty of water to drink relieves that. To quiet their restless excitement, subphonal, chloral, parahydrid, etc., may be used if indicated, but the hot pack, tub bath, drip sheet, and drip enema of cyanogen sodium chloride or of sodium bicarbonate solution aid materially. In from 3 to 5 days, their vomiting of bile has ceased. Their appetite returns. They eat and digest substantial food. They gain in strength and weight, regularly increasing their weight from 25 to 50 or 100 pounds in 2 or 3 months, and they are off the drug, having had none from the beginning of the treatment. In the vast majority of cases, it must be stated by way of caution, the habit has been broken off, and the craving no longer requires that it be satisfied, but it may be reawakened and allowed to dominate the individual again if he permits any relaxation of his self-control. His cure, in that sense, then, cannot be said to be permanent until he has regained mastery of himself. Prisoners who have experienced different methods of withdrawal inevitably prefer the cold turkey cure, although the prisoners of slippery will and low mentality frankly acknowledge that when the chance again presents itself, they will go back to the habit. Nearly all of them do, but chiefly for the reason that peddlers tempt them to do it as soon as they return to their old haunts and old associations. In defense of the immediate withdrawal system as opposed to the ambulatory or slow reduction cure, Dr. James Hamilton, the Commissioner of Correction, New York, has said, "A terrific example of the result of ambulatory treatment for drug addiction was seen in the city prison recently. The victim was a young man who for 7 years had been addicted to morphine, heroin, and cocaine. There was not a square inch on his thighs, abdomen, and arms that was not covered with an abscess or an ugly-looking ulceration. He had been receiving 40 grains of heroin and 10 grains of cocaine every day from one of these commercial doctors. He was a member of a prominent family, and his parents were so distracted that they were about to give up hope of rescuing him. If this victim were to receive ambulatory treatment, he would never be free from the craving of the drug. This case clearly shows the danger of ambulatory treatment and the awful menace of the commercial doctor. The immediate withdrawal cure is one which calls for institutional treatment, so that the patient may be under strict control, that drugs may not reach him surreptitiously, and that he may have the attendance of a physician to guard against a collapse." In a letter received recently from a police magistrate in one of our Canadian cities, he says, We should have a lock sanatorium where magistrates should have power to commit addicts, where they would be kept until they received a certificate that they were cured of the habit. He says further, there is a great danger in allowing addicts to roam the country at large, in that they are continually introducing the habit to some other person. For the safety of the public and the addicts themselves, a sanatorium of the nature I suggest is desirable. The health department at Ottawa is heartily in accord with the institutional idea. The officer in charge of the narcotic division has pointed out that, according to statistics, the more addicts you have in a community, the more you can expect to have, inasmuch as addicts make addicts. Persons take habit-making drugs seem to derive pleasure in having their friends take these also. For this reason, the officer says, it is of the utmost importance that provision should be made for institutional treatment of the drug addicts in every city and town of any size and importance. The question of providing free institutional treatment for these drug addicts is, of course, one altogether for the municipalities and provinces to deal with. Before closing the subject, this might be a good place for the laity to ask the medical profession whether, in view of the rough but entirely successful methods of the jails and public wards, portions of their therapeutics on narcotics might not be rewritten, for assuredly a form of professionalism which is detrimental to the public weal should be set aside or substituted by a better one. Although it does not say so specifically, perhaps something of this kind was contemplated in the report of the Committee on Narcotic Drug Addiction, for which was adopted in November 1921 by the joint meeting of the American Public Health Administration, Food and Drugs, and Laboratory Associations at their 50th annual meeting in New York City, that the importance of educating physicians as to the dangers of inducing addiction through medical practice and as to the best methods of avoiding such dangers be emphasized. In view, however, of the present unsatisfactory state of their medical problem and of the very diverse opinions existing as to its bearing upon legislation and police regulations, your committee believes it to be in the public interest that a research committee of clinicians, biochemists, and psychiatrists would be appointed with official sanction to investigate all phases of the question and thereafter to make an authoritative pronouncement on the medical problems involved. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Open shutters. Public instruction should be the first object of government. Napoleon Bonaparte. When an addict or junker is found in illegal possession of drugs and has purchased these from an unscrupulous physician, the physician says the addict stole the drugs while he was out of the room. He thinks the explanation to be a sound one, and perhaps it is, for everyone who is questioned tells the same story. Just why a physician should have an ounce of cocaine lying around and leave an addict alone with it is hard to make out. Why he does the same thing the next day or the next week is still more wonderful. And then, mark you, reader, never discovers his loss until some ungentle killjoy in plain clothes takes an ounce from the patient and finds out where it came from. Even then, the physician does not lay a charge against the marauder, although by so doing he would recover his drugs by order of the court. Strange, isn't it, this quiescence, and disquieting to even the heart of a policeman. It is easier for the interlocutor of the woman to believe what she asserts, that the drugs were purchased with cash of the realm. It is quite true that some actual thefts have been made from doctors in downtown blocks, but in these cases, the thief is rarely discovered, or if discovered, the doctor does not claim him as a patient, the thief being usually a janitor or some easy minded person with a master key. As a general thing, physicians and dentists know better than to leave narcotics in their offices at night if they need these in the morning. This is what the addicts call gypping the doctor. One physician who was gypped this year in Montreal complained to the police, but the police, being indocile persons and ill equipped with manners, laid a charge against him which resulted in his being awarded a year's imprisonment. His complaint had been the patient had paid him $750 for 12 ounces of cocaine, but had paid him with bad money. Now, 12 ounces of cocaine with the usual adulterants will make 4,560 decks. Yes, yes, that was a wise one who said, when we have sufficiently considered humanity, it becomes easy to love God. Still, the police are not always such big fellows as they think themselves, and plenty of people will be glad to know it. A month or so ago in Montreal, they arrested a suspected person who brazenly admitted the ownership of the bottle found in his possession and that he had offered it for sale. Ultimately, the government analyst declared its contents to be common baking powder. Indeed, something humiliating like this happened to myself once. Having taken official notice that the 18 bottles exhibited contained alcohol, the accused was successful in proving to me that one of these was gasoline. Not having raised the point, however, until after the trial, she failed to score. It is alleged, too, that in some cities, patients receiving treatment for venereal disease take hypodermic injections from the physician so that they may not be hurt by the treatment. These patients do not attend the government clinics, perhaps because they prefer their own physicians, and perhaps because the free clinics do not administer shots of morphine or cocaine. Reputable practitioners are becoming more widely awake to the injury done their practice by this forbidding trafficking, and are seriously considering ways and means whereby it may be stayed. In some instances, it has been found that druggists arrange with a physician to refer the habitués to his office, saying, Dr. Middleman will probably fix you up with a prescription. The patients go to the physician and get his script, pay $2 for it, and take the paper to the cash and carry drug company. Out of 29 physicians prosecuted by the Board of Pharmacy of the state of California for this offense, only 2 escaped conviction. When the pharmaceutical boards in Canada begin prosecuting the physicians, the public may hope for much. 2. In Canada, a number of convictions are being laid under the criminal code for the forging or altering of drug prescriptions. That this is a serious problem is plain to anyone who has attempted to administer justice in cases laid under the prohibitory liquor laws. It is hardly necessary to say that the prescriptions under these statutes have become a byword and a hissing. In the United States, according to the survey, a large number of addict prescriptions call for an ounce of morphine each, and many thousands call for a drach. A report issued from Washington concerning the Harrison anti-narcotic law states that the law is framed to assist in locating vicious dope sellers and to detect the leak from the legitimate drug trade to the illicit dealer. The report says that the enforcement of this law will not be as simple a matter as one could wish, in evidenced by the fact that in New York State, the official blanks required by the Boylan anti-narcotic law have been obtained by persons who are not entitled to them and who are employing them for illicit purposes. One individual is said to have secured upwards of 112 ounces of heroin from wholesale druggists in New York City between July 12th and September 17th. In the States, prescriptions for narcotics are written on the official triplicate prescription blanks or the official triplicate dispensing blank. These blanks are officially serial numbered and are procurable from the State Department of Health. The person giving the order retains one of such triplicate orders on his file for a period of 2 years and sends the other to the person to whom the order is given, who retains one of the duplicates on file for 2 years and forthwith mails the other copy to the department. Or an apothecary may dispense upon an unofficial prescription blank signed and containing the office address of a physician and the name, age, and address of the person for whom issued, as well as the date thereof. Each such original prescription, serially numbered, is kept by him in a separate file for a period of 2 years and cannot be refilled. In the 1921 session of the House of Commons at Ottawa, an acrimonious discussion took place on the refilling of narcotic prescriptions. One honorable member claimed that once a man secured a prescription, it became his own property, and he had a right to have it refilled as often as he needed it. To this, another honorable member, who was also an honorable physician, pointed out that if a prescription providing opium could be refilled whenever the patient chose, it would be possible to obtain enough opium to supply a whole colony of drug addicts. In the United States, it is not permissible for druggists to supply narcotics pursuant to telephone advice of practitioners. Whether prescriptions covering such orders are subsequently received or not, that such an arrangement is necessary in Canada is shown by an incident which occurred recently. In this case, the patient alleged she paid the physician $10 in his office and that he telephoned the druggist the woman would call at the store for a stated quantity of a certain drug. The druggist was further instructed to charge this to the physician's account. It will be seen from this procedure that the only record kept was one which pertained to the debt between the physician and the druggist, and that there was no way of tracing the purchaser. This woman alleges she gave the doctor $100 for drugs and hypodermic needles in a fortnight, and that she had been directed to the physician's office from a cafe. 3. Under the Opium and Drugs Act of Canada, wholesale and retail druggists are required to keep a record of the quantity of drugs received and distributed, but provision is made for exempting physicians, dentists, and veterinary surgeons from the necessity of keeping records of the drugs they receive and use in the practice of their profession. So long as such exemptions exist and the physicians be trusted ad libitum with narcotics, we are only playing with the traffic and can never expect to cut out this fat-rooted evil. It is not necessary to persuade the public of this. But, as we said elsewhere, even with strict government control, there is nothing to prevent the physician securing unlicensed opiates from drug rings and dispensing these. To be concise, his diploma gives him special immunities and no special disabilities. The same applies to the druggist. Many shops are fences for the storing and dispensing of opium and cocaine, which have been smuggled into the country. In the aggregate, these dope-selling professionals largely outnumber the peddlers and are much more difficult to reckon with. In some of the states of America, notably Pennsylvania, it is amazing to find that the per capita consumption of narcotics in small towns is much larger than in the big cities. This would undoubtedly point to licensed quackery, to a trade with the dispensaries rather than with the peddlers. In several drug stores, which were raided by the police in the state of New York, the raiders literally waded in the prescriptions of the previous 24 months. In one instance, it was necessary to secure a truck to carry the prescriptions to headquarters. How many of these were shotgun prescriptions fired at a disease in the abstract? It would be hard to say. What is found when a doctor's house and office is raided, you ask? In reply, we would say these are seldom raided, but in one residence occupied by a degenerate physician in the United States, the police found a large number of watches, diamonds, chains, bracelets, pearls, and rings, which he had taken from desperate dopers as a sacrifice. It has been shown that in the western provinces of Canada, fiends foregather in certain drug stores and purchase decks of cocaine, morphine, and heroin, as if these were candles, no prescription being required. One must, however, be known as a junker or addict to make the purchase. One of these junkers tells me that in selling, the druggist usually handles large packages of drugs and the Chinaman small ones. If a Chinaman gets a big package, he reduces and adulterates it. Cocaine, as received by the druggist, is usually in flake, but the druggist may grind it up and adulterate it before selling. In this way, it is clear like the light of the sun. He can sell more than he has to account for to the government. Of late, it is observable that drugstores are locating next to dance halls, hotels, or places of public assemblage with connecting doors or passageways, free from the eyes of prying policemen. It is tolerably easy for alcoholics and dopers to yield to the importunity of this temptation. 4. In the United States, in answer to a questionnaire sent out from Washington, 52% of the druggists replied, showing that a total of 9,511,938 prescriptions have been filed within 1 year. On a basis of 100% replies, presuming the same average to be maintained, the number of prescriptions containing narcotic drugs would total 18,299,397. In Canada, there are 8,300 registered physicians. These are required by law to report as to the number of addicts they are treating. In reply to the government's questionnaire, 4,019 physicians reported, giving a total of 777 addicts. On the 100% basis, this would give us 1,554 addicts. The fallacy of this report is apparent when one city of its population of 130,000 people publicly acknowledges having 3,000 addicts, apart from the Orientals. These physicians reported 38 addicts for the province of Alberta, whereas there are probably physicians who have this number individually. In the city of Edmonton, the police find that some of the pharmacists can only produce records for about 1/3 of the drugs shown by the invoices from the wholesalers. The pharmacists claim that the physicians purchased the balance by vial and that the matter should not have ended there. It does end there too, so far as reporting is concerned. This number of 38 addicts being presumed to consume the other 2/3. In Lethbridge, apart from any vial that may have been taken away, the records show that one physician in one drugstore issued in 6 months 98 prescriptions, the total being 2,110 grains cocaine and 3,395 grains of morphine. Another physician issued to the same store 65 prescriptions, the total amount being 1,535 grains of cocaine and 1,130 grains of morphine. These prescriptions alone should more than account for the 38 addicts reported by all the physicians in the province. In other words, these reports, so far as containing the real facts, were only a piece of the fine foolery, and need not be taken seriously. Although forms are sent out and heavy penalties provided for under the Opium and Drugs Act for these neglecting or refusing to furnish the declaration in question, these are not taken seriously because the penalties are not imposed and probably not intended to be imposed. The fine is not less than $200, and not more than 1 year's imprisonment, or both. In the United States, the fine is $2,000 or imprisonment for 5 years, or both. Public sentiment in these two countries should insist on their prompt and effective application. At this point, there breaks into the book voices that rage furiously together. Hoots, woman, they say. How can any government expect the medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians to incriminate themselves upon oath? How could a man who prescribes improperly write anything but fine fables? Most of them would prefer to be safe than exact. Not knowing what to reply, we shall pretend we did not hear the objection. 5. One cannot, however, leave the subject without drawing attention to the fact that among the apothecaries there is a large and noble army who refuse to blot their escutcheons with illicit traffic in habit-forming drugs. Such a company was recently reported from Vancouver. These apothecaries, having decided to aid in the anti-drug crusade inaugurated in their city, and in some instances were refusing to fill doctors' prescriptions. May their tribe live and increase. Determined to have no share in the spreading of the drug evil, they have decided that in future no prescriptions will be filled by them unless they are absolutely convinced that these prescriptions are purely for medical purposes, or if the amounts are in such quantities as to cause suspicion in the minds of the druggists that the supply may be resold by the party getting it. No prescriptions will be filled to addicts. It has been definitely established that addicts are dealing in drugs on the prescriptions they have been given for their own use. Their method is the one commonly indulged in by bootleggers, and is here set down for the enlightenment of the public, and to demonstrate the difficulties of police authorities in law enforcement. The peddling addict gets a prescription calling for an amount of morphine, cocaine, or heroin to last him for quite a long time, but when he takes it to the druggist, only gets a portion of the drug called for. The druggist then gives the peddler a box or bottle bearing the name of the doctor, the prescription number, and other particulars. The box may then be filled time and time again from illicit supplies. Like the widow's cruse of oil, it never becomes quite empty. If the police find the peddler with drugs in his possession, he has only to refer them to the covering prescription, in the face of which they are powerless to act. It is stated by the police in one Canadian city that 60% of all narcotics are sold by druggists, 30% by the underworld, and 10% by doctors. Other places, according to their locations, have different reckonings, although such computations must be largely programmatic, seeing that most of the trading is secret and illicit. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prohibition and drug intoxication. What is disliked by the masses needs inquiring into. So also does that they have a preference for. Confucius. Argument based on circumstances leading up to a fact are defined as antecedent probability, since the method of its use is to show that the event was possible or probable on the ground that there was sufficient cause to produce it. This is what is known professionally as a priori evidence. A demonstration of this took place recently on the occasion of a physician being summoned to a police station to examine an unconscious prisoner. The prisoner, very muddy and disheveled, lay on the floor of the cell. The doctor bent over and examined him, and then rising, said in a loud, stern voice, "This man's condition is not due to drink. He has been drugged." A policeman turned pale and said, in a timid, hesitating voice, "I'm afraid you're right, sir. I drugged him all the way. A matter of a block or more." There are folk, many of them wholly sincere, who tell us that the enormous increase of drug addiction on the continent is based upon the enactment of prohibitory liquor laws, that these laws are kind of antecedent possibilities. To what else could the increase be attributable? They ask. People are bound to turn to the use of narcotics if you deprive them of alcoholic beverages. The use of drugs has increased wherever prohibition of liquor is enforced. "So ho, my fine fellow, if this be so," replies the prohibitionist, "then why have Vancouver and Montreal more drug addiction than other cities in the Dominion? Intoxicating liquors are more easily obtainable in these cities than in any others." Being thus hard pressed, these folks have, of late, with a most malignant inconsistency, changed their attack and argue with equal decisiveness that prohibition increases drunkenness and that drunkenness and drug addiction go hand in hand. If you don't believe it, they say, then look at Montreal and Vancouver. Yes, the Arabs were observant when they coined the adage that by traveling, the crescent became a full moon. A Western Canadian editor said a couple of months ago, Great Britain, France, Germany, Mexico, and many other countries all wet report alarming increases in the number of drug addicts. At least 9 out of 10 dope fiends are also habitual drinkers. In nearly every instance, the first use of drugs is made while under the influence of liquor. Almost always, liquor is at the bottom of the drug habit. This editor goes on to say, many will deny this, for long ago the liquor traffic put forth a silly and absurd piece of propaganda to the effect that when prohibition came into effect, it was a given territory. The men who formerly were satisfied by liquor turned to drugs and became drug addicts. It isn't true, of course, and in fact, it is the very antithesis of truth. The drug and liquor habit go hand in hand, as everyone knows who has ever studied in the concrete, and as present-day conditions prove. When we turn to the evidence of those who hold the opposite view, we find an equal fervency of opinion. Joseph C. Doan, M.D., the chief resident physician of the Philadelphia General Hospital, states that from the testimony of their drug patients, there is no connection whatever between drug disease and the inability to get liquor. The New York City Health Department in the year 1919 to 1920 asked 1,403 drug patients the cause of their addiction. Only 1% came to it from alcoholic indulgence. The secretary of the Rhode Island State Board of Health says, "We failed to find a man among the applicants for treatment, anyone formerly addicted to the free use of alcoholic beverages." The health officer of Richmond, Virginia, declares that drunkenness and drug addiction are not common in the same person. The city health officer of Jacksonville, Florida, reports that from the histories of addicts registered, it appears that there is no relation between the habitual user of alcoholic liquor and the drug addict. Cora Francis Stoddard, in her preliminary study on the relation between prohibition and drug addiction, points out that drug addicts are comparatively youthful, thus indicating that the habit is not usually built on antecedent alcoholism. She says of 1,169 new patients treated at the New York Narcotic Relief Station in 1 week, April 10th to 16th, 1919, most of them were mere youths. A large majority of the patients at the New York Health Department clinic are under 25, and nearly 1/3 of them are not out of their teens. One boy began at the age of 13. In this connection, Cora Stoddard quotes the health department bulletin as attributing the addiction of these youths not to alcohol, but from a morbid desire to imitate what they think is a practice of the underworld, gunmen, and gangsters. Miss Stoddard, in the summary of her study, has said, and in this we agree with her, that bad association and the urge of an illicit traffic seeking to profit from the sale of the habit-forming drugs are the most potent causes for the growth of evil. She says further, and with absolute correctness, a statement borne out by statistics, that the drug evil spread secretly for years, little noticed, finally manifesting itself with virulence in wet states as well as in dry states. Apparently, the exposure of conditions was coincident with the spread of prohibition, not the result of prohibition. In the event of some hard-baked, prejudiced person urging, albeit improperly, that conditions in the United States are no criterion to those existing in Canada, give us leave here to quote the report of the Medical Committee of the Kiwanis Club, Vancouver. Practically all observers state that there seems to be no special connection between the use of alcohol and the use of drugs. There is no evidence to show that the suppression of the use of alcohol increases to any appreciable extent the addiction to drugs, as drug addicts are rarely alcoholics. The growth of drug addiction in various cities and countries has gone on quite irrespective of the varied existing liquor laws. Not long ago, a young girl who was arrested told me she would have escaped the police had she not been foolish enough to drink liquor while under the influence of narcotics. "When you are taking coke," she said, "whiskey affects your heart and makes you goofy." A.C. Weber has made the following interesting comparison between the users of narcotics and alcohol. Strange to say, dope and alcohol class alike in many respects. Both are drugs and both are habit-forming. They may be termed poisons, and both have narcotic properties. The same may also be said about nicotine, the active principle of tobacco. The effect, however, of these substances is wholly opposite. Dope attracts the weak-minded, the fellow who gives up the fight and throws up his hands, the down and out who succumb to their troubles, who will not make an effort to battle against the current of life. The users of alcohol represent the stronger side of human nature. Do they give up? Not very much. Just listen to talk around the street about submission to government control of alcohol. The user of alcohol, I am not talking about the sot or inebriate, is no weakling, either in talk or action. Alcohol may momentarily kindle the spark of genius. Dope never. It produces thoughts of crime, meanness, baseness, selfishness, and degeneracy. In most places, those deprived of liquor seek substitutes not in opium, cocaine, or other allied drugs, but in raisin jack, homemade rinds, Jamaica ginger, paregoric, essences, or moonshine. Since Prohibition came into effect, the drug addicts became more noticeable, and people have learned to distinguish between drug and alcoholic intoxication as never before. It is strange, however, that temperance associations and social service councils are concerning themselves almost exclusively with the prohibition of alcoholic liquors, when drug intoxication has become a national calamity, one that far outdistances that of intemperance. This is probably because of the difficulty of getting in touch with the drug traffic, it being carried on by stealth, by persons who we seldom meet and whose language is unknown to us. It is deeply significant, however, that the blank forms which the Dominion government sent out this year to juvenile court officers requires a statement as to whether or not the child before the court is addicted to drugs. If the philanthropic organizations, churches, and temperance associations are unacquainted with the extent of the evil, it is quite certain that government officials are laboring under no delusions whatsoever. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opium. The phantasmagorical world of novels and of opium. Dr. Thomas Arnold. Opium is the substitute for alcohol in the Orient. On this continent, it bids fair to oust alcohol and is gaining ground year by year. By going back a few years, it can be easily seen that this growth was a steady one long before prohibitory liquor laws came into force, and that we must look to causes other than temperance legislation for its persistent increase. Figures concerning the gradually increasing use of narcotics in Canada have already been given in this volume. For those relating to the United States, we shall turn our attention to a report made by the special committee appointed by the Secretary of the Treasury Department in the year 1919. This report shows that for the last 65 years, the use of opium and its alkaloids has constantly increased. In the year 1900, the population of the United States was 2.5 times greater than in 1860, but the amount of opium entered for consumption was 5 times as great. During the past 22 years, one might reasonably have expected the use of opium and its alkaloids to have decreased owing to the use of large amounts of synthetic somnifacents, such as chlorohydrate, sulfonal, trional, veronal, etc. But as a matter of fact, such is not the case. The growth for legitimate medical purposes grows enormously. How its progress will be stayed, or who will do it, are the momentous questions that confront us. 2. In a volume by Watt entitled The common products of India, writing of the poppy, he says that the Greeks made an extract from its capsules, stems, and leaves, which they called mysconium. The extract was used as an opiate, and for the manufacture of a drink which exactly corresponds to the post of the Punjab today. Later, the Greeks discovered the more powerful qualities of the excipiated sap, the product of which was their famous opium. The method of obtaining the extract from the poppies was described by Theophrastus in the 3rd century before Christ. Some use it, he says, in a posset of mead for epileptics. He also said the juice of the poppy was collected from its head and that it was the only plant so treated. Virgil in the Georgics refers to their narcotic principles in the line, poppies steeped in less sleep. Pliny pays special attention to opium and its medicinal qualities, while the minute details of its manufacture are narrated by Dioscorides. The next reference we have to the drug is in the 13th century, when Simon Genuius, the physician to Pope Nicholas IV, wrote of opium thebacium. It is true that in Arabia certain authors of medical works wrote of opium, but these do not seem to have experimented in its use to any marked extent. Their account of it being derived largely from Galen and Dioscorides. In referring to its history, it is interesting to note that the Sanskrit name of opium is ahiapina, which, being interpreted, means snake venom. The Hindus, especially the Sikhs, are addicted to opium, but it is more particularly used by the people of Assam to relieve bowel disorder, which is a scourge in their locality. In China, the users of opium believe it to have aphrodisiacal qualities, whereas it actually lessens the reproductive powers, the average number of children of opium eaters being 1.11 after 11 years of married life. In England and America, the noculus, or night walkers, given to a licentious course of life, hold to the same theory concerning cocaine, which they frankly designate as love power, the peddlers having told them this to increase its use. The idea is, however, an old one, for female character in a Shakespearean play refers to medicines to make me love him. Dr. James A. Hamilton of New York, who has dealt with thousands of opium addicts, states that while the principal effect of opium is on the nerves, yet the secretions of the body are diminished with the exception of sweat. The patient, he says, presents a picture of a poorly developed, poorly nourished individual with a cold, clammy skin, which is apathetic, does not care to move about, and is particularly loath to bathe. If he is careful in the amount of drug taken, he is able to attend his daily task, does not suffer, but is continually losing ground. His power of resistance is lowered, and he becomes an easy prey to current affections, tuberculosis, pneumonia, influenza, or any of the maladies we have to combat in everyday life. If opium is suddenly withdrawn, there is a set of symptoms which are fairly constant and have been termed withdrawal signs. This condition is generally ushered in by yawning, sneezing, tremors, vomiting, and sometimes symptoms of collapse. As a rule, opium and morphine addicts are very secretive and consequently are prone to seek for a cure that will not expose their habit. Because of this, they fall easy victims to quackery and to charlatans generally. If the police are so minded and desire to find out who are the opium addicts, they have only to advertise a sure cure for the habit with the promise of secrecy. The mind of the addict somersaults to such an advertisement. In answer to a questionnaire sent out in the United States to the leading private hospitals and sanatoria, it was reported that the average length of time required for the cure of opium addicts was 7 weeks, and for cocaine addicts, 6 weeks. Dr. Stuart McVean, the resident physician at Rikers Island, New York State, who has treated over 1,000 opium addicts, states that after 100 days, his patients have been entirely relieved of the physical craving. The question then, he says, becomes a sociological one. There is nothing in any cure that will not produce a later antagonism to the taking of opium. If we could keep drugs away from him at this period of his redemption, the opium or the morphine addict would probably stay cured, but under present conditions this is not possible. It was Confucius who said, "The people may be put in the way they should go, though they may not be put in the way of understanding it." This is particularly true of the addict who is feeble-minded or who has produced criminal tendencies. Such a person is hardly out of the institution till he has forgotten all about the tortures of opium abandonment and remembers only its balm and mellow magic. Coming into the streets again, he is usually in that condition where he is a kind of first cousin to all the world. He does not go far until he falls into the clutches of the harpies who formerly supplied him with the drug and who again seek his custom. In March of this year, a young white man released from Ocala jail in British Columbia was given his first shot by an emissary of the dope ring within 5 minutes of his release in a bush within sight of the jail. This white man, in spite of his jail experiences, immediately began peddling drugs himself and was later arrested by a police operative to whom he sold 2 packages or bindles. On being arrested, in rooms which the police allege were being used as his distributing headquarters, the marked money was found upon his person. The man pleaded guilty to the charge of selling inhibited drugs without a license and was sentenced to 5 years in prison under the indictable section of the Opium and Drugs Act. In my own continuing city, a man who was released from the hospital in the morning after several weeks of treatment for drug addiction was given a hypodermic injection of morphine the same evening by his wife, who was still on the drug, thus reenacting the original drama of Adam and Eve. While these instances of weakened volition succumbing to temptation may be exceptionally aggravated ones, the fact remains that only in exceptional cases does the cure hold. Not without reason has it been said, the physician who undertakes this work will find his path a rugged one without roses bordering it. He must realize that his experiences will be more or less of a martyrdom order, severe trials of his patience and vexations requiring a strength of willpower and careful judgment beyond the ordinary. Yes, yes, the physicians must show themselves to be the gentle, wise ones of the earth, and speaking generally, they are. 3. It has been remarked somewhere in this volume that it was quite possible for a detective to find smuggled opium and fail to recognize it as such. This thought reoccurs to me as I turn over a large lump of raw opium that looks like a mass of vegetation, which has been boiled and pressed into a mold the shape of a porridge bowl. On the outside, one can see plainly the tracery of the leaves as though it had been wrapped in them. The chemist tells me this is raw or crude opium of the highest quality and that it comes from India. Many people use it there, it being said of one province, out of 10 Sensi people, 11 smokers. This raw opium has the smell of crushed vegetation and not the slightest resemblance in odor to prepare opium. He further tells me that he intends testing it and that, if so disposed, I may cook it in collaboration. Being curious and somewhat unsophisticated, I accept the offer only to find that, like sod breaking, the task is in no wise a light-hearted one. First, we chop the opium in bowls till almost it was a powder. To keep me to my task, the chemist tells me about the poppy family and stories of their fatal beauty. Poppies, he says, have a very harmful effect upon flowers placed in the same vase, so that they fade quickly and die away. This, he takes it, is an exemplification of Ovid's declaration that medicine sometimes snatches away health. Once he used morphine himself, but gave it up because the habit could gain ascendancy. Under its influence, he felt himself freed from the restraint of gravitation, and would cry out when his head seemed as though it would strike the ceiling. On either side of his study door there were bronze lights, which used to become orang-orangs with eyes of fire. He decided to forego the drug when he found that to waken himself to normality, it was requisite that he take a jolt of cocaine. The opium in my bowl being desiccated, the chemist mixes it with warm water and agitates it into a thick pasty mass that looks for all the world like jalap and water. This mass contains impurities which must be strained out to make it suitable for smoking. Otherwise, the opium would have a rank flavor similar to that a man would get who tried to smoke with a rag in his tobacco pipe. Over and over we reheated the solution, straining it through claws and gradually adding a little more water, for it is easier to wash the impurities from the thin solution. The surprising part of this fluid is its remarkable stickiness. If you close your solution-soiled hand for a few minutes, it is difficult to open it. When all extraneous matter is removed, we place the solution in a brass vessel, after which it is slowly boiled, the water passing off in steam. The residue is called panyang and is a thick treacle. It is now ready for smoking. The mixture is cooked in brass because it does not stain this metal. The odor of the opium during this process of cooking is a most noisome and insinuating one. It also stupefies the amateur cook and gives her a headache that really aches. 4. In Canada, the legitimate imports of opium for the 6 months ended September 1919 totaled 11,125 pounds. For the corresponding period in 1920, the imports dropped to 1,840 pounds. This reflects great credit on our government, and if it could deal as effectively with the illicit traffic, the end would be in sight. In a report of the federal grand jury at Spokane in February of this year, a copy of which was conveyed to Governor Hart from the United States Attorney at Spokane, it was stated that the importations of crude opium had increased from 60,000 pounds in 1917 to 730,000 pounds in 1919, an increase of 1,100%, and that there was manufactured in the United States sufficient narcotics to supply every man, woman, and child in the Republic with 5 one-grain portions a day, and that a large amount of drugs not accounted for were being smuggled into the country. The recommendations of the grand jury included the following things. 1. That the city authorities be urged to organize and maintain anti-narcotic squads of sufficient number to cope with the local situation. 2. That the federal government be urged to increase its corps of special agents. 3. That judges be urged to impose on all violators the maximum sentences upon conviction of the sale of narcotics or possession with intent to sell. 4. That all agencies and organizations working for the eradication of the narcotic evil use every effort towards arousing the public sentiment to back their efforts. In Canada, the city of Vancouver, which has been horrified and appalled by the revelations of the traffic on the Pacific coast, they are endeavoring to line up public opinion as above suggested. We are deeply indebted to sure-seated Vancouver for her efforts to keep straightly the portals to this dominion, and no second call should be needed by Canadian people. An editor by the sea has described the opium traffic as the greatest menace to its youth which has ever confronted this nation, a pestilence that not only walks in darkness but destroys in the noonday. The opium traffic, adds Duncan M. Smith, is a disgrace and menace to civilization. The coils which this monster has wound around civilization should be torn away with no gentle hand. The war against this degrading drug should never be called off until the last outpost has been surrendered. End of Part 2, Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20. Of the Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Narcotics. And some grow mad, and all grow bad, and none a word may say. Oscar Wilde. Speaking of the ever-growing company of criminals, John Daly has shown that the records of the city of New York show 85% of the prisoners who are arrested for the violation of the narcotic laws have criminal records. In the state of Massachusetts, eminent authorities claim that 85% become vicious, while Californians place the number at 95%. The medical subcommittee of the Kiwanis Club, Vancouver, stated in a recent report that there were 2 classes of criminal addicts: criminals before addiction and criminals after addiction. We have no reliable statistics, they said, to state what percentage is in each class, but it would appear that a fair proportion was in the incorrigible or criminal class before using drugs, and that drug addiction was only one indication of dissipated or criminal habits. It is stated that a large number of criminals are drug addicts, and that a vast majority of the females who come before the police authorities are prostitutes, most of whom are diseased. However, it is undoubtedly a fact that large numbers have begun their downfall and their real criminal histories after learning drug habits, and that the desire to procure drugs has been the cause of their criminal acts. In reply to the questionnaire sent out by a special committee appointed by the Treasury Department at Washington, replies were received from 338 chiefs of police. These reported that among the prisoners arrested in 1918, the number of drug addicts totaled 5,443. Most interesting information on the bearing of the different drugs in relation to crime was discovered in their replies. The most violent of the crimes were perpetrated by the users of heroin and cocaine. These were also the drugs most favored by panderers engaged in the white slave traffic and by prostitutes. Opium and morphine users seldom commit the more brutal crimes. The offenses committed by these, in order of their frequency, are larceny, burglary, vagrancy, forgery, assault, and violation of the drug laws. Speaking of the effect of addiction on morals, a certain report has declared, however, that the opium or morphine addict is not always a hopeless liar, a moral wreck, or a creature sunk in vice and loss to all sense of decency, but may often be an upright individual, except under circumstances which involve his affection, or the procuring of the drug of addiction. He will usually lie as to the dose necessary to sustain a moderately comfortable existence, and he will stoop to any subterfuge, and even to theft, to achieve relief from bodily agonies experienced as a result of the withdrawal of the drug. A prominent government official in a letter from Winnipeg, Manitoba, said recently, "Many crimes are, to our knowledge, committed by persons while under the influence of drugs, and we have good grounds for believing that the recent murder in the town of St. Boniface, whereby 2 provincial police officers came to their death, was caused by a cocaine fiend." As it is claimed that drug addiction has increased 200% in the last 2 years in Vancouver, the following letter from that city may prove of interest. No doubt every effort is being put forth to stamp out this awful traffic in drugs, but as you are aware, Vancouver is a very hard place to police, both so far as drugs are concerned and other work. We have lots of serious crime here. It might interest you to know that since the 1st of January last, 10 months, there have been 105 holdups in the city by armed men and 217 burglaries. At present, there is a holdup every night. These men are becoming very impudent and audacious. Out of every 50 holdups, not more than 1 man is caught. In Vancouver, experience has shown that a large majority of the bandits are drug addicts. Take the case of Tom G., who is well known to you. He was sentenced here a week ago to 7 years and 30 lashes. He held up a Hindu and got $28 from him at the point of a revolver. He told me that he did it to get money for drugs. He said he did not mind the 7 years, but he dreaded the lash. He also told me he had received the lash before, but not here. A sentence such as this should prove a deterrent to others, but no, they are still going on. Anyone here who is in the know would just confirm what I have above stated. 2. After passing from the stage of a habitué into that of an addict, the man or woman quickly becomes unemployable. But even if these had employment and were capable of work, their drugs cost so much they must, perforce, lie off and steal the money. It has been reckoned that an addict requires from $3 to $30 a day for drugs, the smaller amount being imperative. If a raid takes place and any considerable amounts be seized, the prices become almost prohibitive. Limpy Lil, a young half-breed woman, tells me that she and her pal Mildred sniff between them from 30 to 40 decks a day. She robs persons at night, or in her own words, frisks them, and has no ridiculous delicacy in telling of it. As a criminal, Limpy Lil is capable of all that her looks imply. Often, these girls divide the stolen money with their steadies, who are without funds. That is to say, those black-hearted, iron-heeled fellows who live basely upon these earnings. Surely, that is a notable proverb which says, "From prey to prey we come to the devil." Limpy Lil would have me understand that Mildred is a person of no common clay, in that she can absorb much whiskey even while lit up with cocaine. Mildred has used so much cocaine that she is getting the saddle nose, a nose that has width at the bridge as though it were broken, and which is not uncommon with coke fans. 3. Limpy Lil keeps to coke herself because it is love medicine. At least she has been told it is. And further, she tells me in expressions both immoderate and unholy how she hopes all the police officers may die soon, and that they may not go to heaven. Indeed, she knows some insulting songs about them, but she would rather not tell me the words. Another person suffering from the disease of drug addiction states that he can use over 50 of the decks sold at $1 each. In Manitoba, it is reported that 3 or 4 persons with a drug bias frequently club together and order from 4 to 6 ounces of cocaine through some Toronto or Montreal firm. This cocaine is forwarded to them either through the express office or post office. Sufficient of the cocaine is mixed with carbonated magnesium or some other adulteration so that they get their own drugs for little or nothing. The so-called honor among thieves is open to question, but among dope crooks, such a matter as honor is unknown. It really doesn't matter much, but one may just say in passing that the most distinctive thing about the underworld is the treachery of its denizens. 4. A little while ago, we said that when a large raid took place, drugs became so scarce that prices were almost prohibitive. A news correspondent writing from Seattle has this to say about the subject. The poor addict has but one course left to pursue. He or she must get the price by stealing it, and so terrible is the craving that even the fear of a long penitentiary sentence has no terrors. The mind is consumed with but one thought, and the body with but one desire, and that is for the deadly drug that for a few hours will give respite, lift the aching soul from the flames of hell, cool the inflamed mind, and restore temporary exhilaration to the body. This statement was strikingly illustrated in Seattle itself in the raids that took place on the 14th and 15th of December 1921, when large quantities of both morphine and cocaine were seized by the detectives. On the 3 days immediately succeeding this big pinch, a wave of crime swept over the city. in which period there were no less than 64 burglaries and 47 holdups. The officials in Seattle state that the penalties for these offenses are so severe and the risk so great that only those whose minds were unbalanced by their suffering would dare to take the chance. In order to buy narcotics, the youth in the home will steal his mother's jewelry, his father's books or clothing, or the family's silverware. The young girl goes to work as a housemaid for a day or two that she may rob her employer. As she descends lower in the social scale, she doesn't work for anyone but the Negro who buys her for the price of opium wherewith to hit the pipe. She wasn't bad to start with, this white addict, but just languishing for entertainment and perhaps a grafter who was looking for free treats in the way of theater tickets, joy rides, candies, or suppers. There are girls in this world, thousands and thousands of them, who, like Tamika of Tahiti, who may be described as calmly of countenance, nimble of body, empty of mind. Because they have earned a paycheck or two, they feel the world to be under their feet. Such girls have no fancy for restraint of any kind, being especially loath to that of the parental variety. They refuse to be either advised or admonished. For minnows like these, there are always sharks in the offing. One such shark in my own city claims that he has ruined 30 of these foolish little girls. Each girl went out with white men, but in the morning, when she awoke, he was there beside her, this black man. There is a psychology about the thing which needs explaining. One of the girls told me about it herself. The girls will not complain to their relatives or to the police because they have a horror of exposure in a racial matter of this kind. They feel there is nothing for them but to hide their shame for the time being anyway. She told me too of the unmentionable drugs that were used and how they can be purchased like candies in certain stores, their use being for one specific object. Against their power, no girl has any chance. In all parts of Canada and the United States, girls like these ultimately gravitate to Greek or Assyrian candy shops, Chinese cafes, cabaret bars, Negro opium joints, or to disorderly houses. The number? Oh, yes, we said it a while ago. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands. One might suppose the average mother would be excited or alarmed concerning these things, and because her daughter was becoming a degenerate and a drug fiend. But, strange and inexplicable as it may appear, such is not generally the case. Many mothers have so large and generous a tolerance towards the derelictions of their children that the woman magistrate is forced to wonder if she is expecting too much of humanity, or whether it is the proper thing that handsome feathers should be trailed in the dust. A woman police constable in Alberta took a girl 17 from a chop suey house to her home in the early morning. The girl's mother called over the balustrade that she would not be disturbed at so unearthly an hour, that the girl could go straight to bed, and the officer will straight to the barracks. This officer, who is quite a sensible person, says she didn't go, not for quite a while anyway, that the mother did come down, and that what she heard was in no wise consonant with the spirit of delicate dissembling. Yes, that was it. The officer gave the mother a piece of her mind, and it was not a mind of peace. The general belief is that all mothers are wise and good, whereas this is far from being the case. Instances are not uncommon of mothers and daughters working the hotels or streets together, and of mothers being actual parties to the defilement of their children. But these obscenities cannot be allowed the perpetuity of print. The allusion is made here to show that all the blame must not be placed upon dissolute male persons, but upon white mothers with black hearts, or maybe mothers whose hearts are only thin and light. In the United States and Canada, the home is not the impregnable stronghold that we mentally visualize from literature, or which has been handed down in the lore of the Saxons. We might enumerate the causes and say that the home is dull, or that the routine of the home is one of drudgery. We might argue from the other side that the children rule the home, or that too many liberties are allowed them. All our arguments might be true, but looking at the matter more clearly, it is readily apparent that the trouble is due to the fact that religious precepts are unknown and unpracticed in the majority of our homes. The Bible is unread, while purity and honor are topics of jest. The only deities are money, dress, business, politics, social distinction, delicate foods, and strong drinks. Do you say we exaggerate? Do you waggle your heads and say the picture is too pessimistic? Then we care not a penny piece for your opinion. These facts are wholly true, for we know whereof we speak. 5. And when the young girl had been victimized, it is only a little while until she begins to prey upon others. She must be rescued early, if rescued at all. The potential criminal should be healed before she becomes a criminal. Once she has crossed from girlhood to womanhood or to motherhood, her case becomes difficult in the extreme. If not rescued, she becomes a propagandist in the spread of narcotics and a recruiter for vice. Usually, her first recruits are from the girls she knew at school or in the factory and store. Recently, 7 young girls under 18 years of age were brought into court either as neglected children or as a witness in the inquiry. They had all gone to school together. 2 confessed to spending nights in Chinese noodle parlors, and 3 to using drugs. The others, while they knew things, wouldn't tell. Later, the girl victims who are prostitutes become alcoholic or drug addicts, sufferers from venereal disease, thieves, vagrants, foragers, and blackmailers. As one looks upon these wrecks of humanity, one is appalled by the sight and fearful for the future of the race. There is no question about it. Prostitution must be ended if we are to end the drug traffic, for almost every prostitute uses narcotics, and the majority are distributors. With the taxi drivers, the prostitutes are the chief peddlers among the white populace. By their unmentionably corrupt practices, things of which the average decent woman is profoundly ignorant, these prostitutes are corrupting the manhood of the country. It is at the house of the wanton whose feet take hold on hell that the already debased frequenters learn the additional vice of drug intoxication. It was Thomas Fuller, the brave old writer, who said, "Heat of passion makes our souls to chap, and the devil creeps in at the crannies." Except in the larger cities and towns, these prostitutes are unmolested, although there is a popular dictum that prostitution has always been in the world and must always exist. This dictum is so plainly false that it can hardly be deceptive. The establishment of the equal moral standard, the realization that we are suffering to the death from the terrible ravages of narcotics, and that we are threatened with universal infection from the social disease, must inevitably arouse the people to taking sure and perfect action in the way of personal and national preservation. In the provincial jail of Alberta, one person in every three must be treated for venereal disease by the government clinician, but generally speaking, the public is unacquainted with these facts. Until we lose the stranglehold of the prostitute on our populace, we can never hope to make any marked progress in staying these abominable evils, including that of the drug traffic. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Drug Bondage. To the little red house by the river I came when the short night fell. I broke the web forever. I broke my heart as well. Michael and the saints deliver my soul from the nethermost hell. M. E. Coleridge. There are two classes of addicts, the legitimate and the illegitimate. A medical committee, which was appointed by the American Health Association to make a study of the subject, divided the addicts into three groups and specified their responsibility for these so far as their care was concerned. This report is, therefore, of unique value. Briefly, the division is as follows. 1. Group of addicts variously spoken of as criminals, degenerates, and feeble-minded who are unwilling and unable to cooperate in the necessary treatment and should be kept under official control. This group is essentially a police problem. 2. The group who suffer from physical conditions necessitating an infinite continuance of their use. This constitutes a medical problem. 3. The group whom the clinical condition which was the cause of their beginning addiction no longer exists. This is also a medical problem. The general consensus of opinion seems to be that there is not any very marked connection between certain occupations and addiction. In the United States, a questionnaire on this matter was sent to 4,568 superintendents of hospitals and sanatoria. Replies were received from 36%, but only 227 of these contained information of value. Most of the superintendents replied that no records had been kept. The occupation in their order of frequency were reported as follows: housewives, laborers, physicians, salesmen, actors and actresses, unemployed, businessmen, nurses, farmers, office workers, professional men and women, prostitutes, pharmacists, dope peddlers, mechanics, merchants, gamblers, newspapermen, and printers. The causes of addiction have been spoken of elsewhere, but it would be in order here to quote those given by Mr. Justice Cornelius F. Collins of the Court of Special Sessions of New York, while testifying before a legislative commission. He attributed drug addiction to protracted medication for bodily ailments and disease, to seeking relief from the effect of alcoholic intoxication, to the persistent consumption of patent medicines containing narcotics, to the circulation in jails of narcotics, to gang influence, foolish curiosity, and bad association. While 1/3 of addicts are in their teens, the average age is 24 years. The figures relating to insanity and the use of narcotics are meager, although to anyone who has protracted dealings with the victims, the habit itself seems a frenzy or form of insanity. To a drug-wrecked man, the Hindu dictum seems always applicable. The deer of reason has fled from the hill of his heart. The unbalanced mentality does not always arise from pathological conditions, but because of the hideous and ever-present fear that the source of his supply may be cut off. Once, a clever woman who fell to the underworld told me she had never understood the full force of the words "I thirst," as uttered by the dying Nazarene, until she learned the drug need. And yet she claims to have never been without the necessary bolus for any length of time. Since then she has committed suicide. Ah, well, it was Seneca who said, "There is one reason why we cannot complain of life. It keeps no one against his will." The lengths to which an addict will go to secure for himself a supply of narcotics has been told with appalling directness by Dr. James A. Hamilton in describing the treatment given criminals who were found to be addicts and who, accordingly, were sent for treatment to the Correction Hospital, Blackwell's Island, New York. The greater class of the patients, he says, are addicts, and we have learned to expect that while they are going through the cure, we will be confronted with an alarming train of symptoms, and it is only in intimate knowledge of the patient's condition that prevents us from making errors. Hysterical attacks simulating epilepsy are frequent. Continuous vomiting and hemorrhages, self-induced, are used in an effort to mislead the physician into keeping them on the drug, or to work on the sympathies of those in authority to effect their release. Frequently, cases have been transferred here in ambulances, supposedly in a dying condition, when they could have walked, and strange as it may seem, have often begged to be operated upon, perfectly willing to undergo an operation at the risk of losing their lives, only to obtain the few shots of morphine we give them after an operation. Dr. Prentice, who also understands the drug junkers supremely well, has thrown light on how this drug supply is usually secured. In the parlance of the underworld, he writes, where the narcotic addict finds congenial atmosphere, there exists a swift and secret means of communication, a sort of Freemasonry of their kind, by which the script doctors in a community are well known and accessible to all the addict fraternity. It often appears that the doc himself is addicted to the dope. When the addict or junker has not the money to obtain his supply from a doctor, it happens in the larger cities that a peddler will supply him with the cash. This sounds somewhat paradoxical and requires explanation. A peddler, in his sinister vocation, may not entirely depend upon smuggled goods for his supply, but decide it to be safer and surer to finance addicts who purchase at a drug store by means of a doctor's prescription, it being agreed that the addict will divide evenly with the peddler. The peddler, who in himself a whole committee of ways and means, adulterates his half and sells it greatly in excess of the price charged by the doctor and druggist, thus making a handsome profit. Yes, Falstaff might almost have meant a drug peddler when he said, "This is the most omnipotent villain that ever cried, 'Stand!'" Owing to the enforcement of the Harrison narcotic law in the United States, a large number of these addicts and peddlers have crossed the lines into our border cities, where they have carried on a similar procedure with almost entirely immunity from punishment. These persons, whose social rating is nothing to speak of, are known coolly as lush dips. That is to say, they rob drunken men. The bolder members of the poppy circle operate upon the sober ones as well. These holdups have become so common in one of our border cities that the pedestrians are warned to walk on the outer edge of the sidewalks after dark, lest they be struck down from doorways or pulled into them. All that and more. Reciprocally, Canada is sending a like clownish and ignoble company into the United States, without any very active opposition on the part of Uncle Sam. The necessity of taking hold of the matter with certainty and celerity is one that needs no roundabout discussion. But to return to the fears of the addict, you and I, if he has a supply of drugs with little chance of it becoming seriously depleted, he is then in fear of being arrested and of the police finding his cachet. A woman hides a certain amount in her hair, and a man in his socks under the soles of his feet. But this is only for immediate use. A woman traveler who was convicted recently for having opium unlawfully in possession kept her supply in a lemon skin which she had hollowed out. On examining it closely, I found she had sewn the parts together with lemon-colored thread, which was hardly discernible. The lemon was rolled in its original tissue paper. Wealthy addicts often have runners or sledders who bring them new supplies, but as a general thing, a hiding place must be found outside the house. One family I knew kept their supply in a harmless-looking lobster can that lay beneath the back steps with a collection of empty cans. No one dreamed that a searching squad of techs would be so sour or unsympathetic as to turn over this pile of rusty tins. But they assuredly were. Another family kept their tin in the back of an old three-wheeled buggy in the lot across the lane, and no one could be arrested for having drugs unlawfully in their possession until a late lingering spotter hid in the family woodpile and caught a boarder carrying the can to the house. All these things have a rather cankering effect on the soul of an addict and fill his mind with the blackest of misgivings. It is no wonder at all that his nerves become jangled. But after all, the matter which most nearly concerns the public or the family that is cursed with an addict member is just how to cure him. In one family we know of, 3 persons have the habit. Earth and heaven, I can't do anything for my wife, said an irate man the other day. She has become a positive weed, and her demands for money are bankrupting me. I have inhibited her at all the drug stores, but she still manages to get supplies. Tell me what to do with her. Is she really diseased, as our doctor says, or is she plainly bad? Is there any cure for her? These are intensely vital questions in perhaps a million homes, and might well stagger the bravest writer on the subject. All one can do is to quote the latest opinions of the most eminent authorities and leave the matter there. Mrs. Sarah Mulhall of New York, who has had a wide experience, says the addict cannot cure himself and that he needs institutional care to this end. She points out that short-term hospital treatment only results in a loss of time and money, in that the patients are physically and psychologically unprepared for the old temptations and environment. Then along comes Dr. James F. Rooney, who says, "We have used the word cure, and we do not know what cure is. We have not arrived anywhere. Is an addict cured after you have taken him off the drug? And for how long is he cured?" H. D. Harper, the chief of police, in a letter written from Colorado, tells us that at the end of 60 days, the convict is completely cured, so there is no necessity for his further use of dope. But many do go back to it after having taken the cure, though they have told me many times it is not through necessity, but merely through temptation. One woman declares in a letter that her husband's cure lasted as long as a piece of tissue paper thrown upon the coals. In other words, social amendment seems to be a very large factor in the cure. The addict must not only be made whole, but kept whole. This means the giving part of our lives to the task and stands for something more than mere monetary assistance. Any who are called to the dire intensity of such a task had better read for their daily comfort the story of how John and Peter, having neither silver nor gold, went up to the gate of the temple, which is called Beautiful, and there gave to the lame a perfect soundness of body. If a proper rein is allowed the imagination, you will surely desire to test this thing for yourself. In the meantime, give us leave to quote some experts as to what should be done for the addict before he comes to the stage in his cure where the treatment is psychological or social. One of these experts says, "Drug addiction is now recognized as a pernicious habit and not a disease. The treatment consists in gradually withdrawing the drug so that functions which have been inhibited so long may resume the normal gradually. The symptoms as they appear are met by approved measures. Stimulation is sometimes required and hypnotics for a few days. The treatment is simple. Any intelligent physician should be able to administer it successfully. Thousands of cases have passed through this department with no fatalities as against a high percentage of poor results in other institutions." Although the words gradually withdrawing are used in the above citation, these refer to the cure known to the profession as the immediate withdrawal, which cure is becoming generally recognized as the only valid one, and which we have elsewhere described in this volume. In order to assure the relatives of addicts that the cure is more humane and much more certain than any other, we quote from a political prisoner of mental superiority in one of the American penitentiaries, who wrote his first-hand observations of the prisoners undergoing treatment for withdrawal of narcotic drugs. He said, "I have been in the hospital about 8 months and in the prison for a year. During that time, I have observed under treatment between 50 to 75 cases of narcotic drug addiction. I had no idea what a terrific affliction drug addiction is until I saw its victims here. These represent the very lowest level of humanity, often very young men, mere boys from 20 to 22 years old, already wrecked. Such men as Victor Hugo speaks of in Les Miserables. Men who are old without ever having been young, possessing all the ignorance of youth without any of its innocence. All these cases had been treated by immediate withdrawal of the drug, except those whose physical condition, disease, required more gradual methods. Generally speaking, from my own observations and from what the men tell me, they do not suffer. They say they have felt altogether better when they had gotten off the drug. It seemed to revive and stimulate their will power, which had been put in abeyance by the drug. I am gratified with the results of the treatment. Never has it failed in a single case to break of the habit, and in no single instance have I seen a bad result from the treatment. The men also express their gratification over the relief it affords them. The craving seems to be due, in part, to uncertainty. As soon as the habitué realizes that there is no chance of getting any dope, he feels better in his mind, and his will is strengthened to stay off. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Living Death. How asps are hid beneath the flowers of bliss, the palace of fortune. The letter here following was written to me by a youth of marked ability who had done excellent work in England as a Secret Service agent, and who accordingly was competent to express an opinion on the qualifications of an addict in this capacity. His letter is of especial interest as showing the mentality of a man who has been using narcotics for 3 years. Plainly, he has become super sensitive and suspicious. He thinks persons who are saying things about him, or maybe they are voices that he hears. His perspectives have become distorted so that, under certain circumstances, he could have committed murder and justified the act to his conscience. A psychiatrist would probably declare him to be suffering from cocaine paranoia. And yet, because of the rawness of his agony, we must ask if his words are applicable to ourselves, whether we have been unfair and insulting to the unhappy victims who have fallen under the wheels of the traffic. It is so easy to be both, for no person in the world can be so profoundly irritating as an addict. To be strong with them, unflinchingly strong, and yet gentle, all well, this is not as easy as it sounds. Here then is the letter. If addicts with the following qualifications are employed, a great majority will prove reliable if treated properly. 1. A person who can prove integrity and average ability previous to addiction. One who has held the respect of good people through success, ability, and reliability. 2. A person who has a powerful incentive to rehabilitate himself before his former friends and to win back his fortune by making good. Not 1% of narcotic addicts make reliable detective agents because they are not handled in the proper manner. An addict is, by the nature of his weakness, cautious, suspicious, and has very little faith in his fellow men. He has been victimized by the lowest type of human animal, namely the drug peddler. He has been double-crossed, cheated, lied to, and sneered at by his masters. He is also ridiculed or shunned like a leper by Christians who are hypocritical. Any experience he has had with the police has not as a rule taught him to love them. They consider him a liar and cheat, and treat him accordingly. An addict is a cornered beast who must fend for himself by any means in his power. It is easy to imagine the result. Take the most model church-going Christian and treat him as you do an addict and see the phenomena of a human being turned into a rat. Now, on the other hand, there are a few of God's own gentlemen on this earth who are so thoroughly imbued with Christ's real Christianity that their heart goes out to an addict, and these men often have their hands bit while offering brotherly sympathy to the cornered rat. These good souls, by their very broad-minded tolerance, often do more harm than good by encouraging an addict in the belief that his weakness is incurable. While sneers and ridicule will never accomplish any good, neither will coddling sympathy. There is, however, a middle course to pursue, which will succeed with an addict just as it always succeeds in other problems where human nature is the chief factor to consider. The man who can successfully follow this middle course with an addict must be a big-minded man indeed. The average student of psychology is at sea when studying an addict. The psychologist is using a normal brain on what appears to be a normal problem, with the result that his pet theories prove failures. His conceit will not permit him to admit failure, so he classes the addict as some kind of maniac impossible to handle. The failure of the psychologist arises from his blind faith in the Apologia and makes him childish and ridiculous in failing to admit that an addict is just a human person with, maybe, more than the average human weakness. I repeat that the man who can successfully handle an addict must be exceptionally broad-minded, sympathetic, and optimistic, but he must also be a strict disciplinarian, a man who will keep his promise whether it be reward or punishment. An addict looks for treachery all the time, and he will misconstrue the most innocent word or action into a plot against himself. He will accuse his mentor of the most ridiculous and imaginary plots to double-cross him. His abnormal brain is working up fantastic and impossible situations from practically no foundation, and it completely blots out the most obvious viewpoint which any normal man would naturally take. An addict's mental gymnastics are something very hard to comprehend, but I can assure you that while he appears ridiculous in mental exercises, his abnormal brain can find sound logic and correct deductions as a foundation for what you might call insanity, or at least absurdity. To revert once more to the man who handles an addict successfully, you can easily see that his job is no sinecure, and if he has the average clean man's characteristics, he has to exercise all his self-control to listen to those preposterous accusations from a rat he is trying to help. That is where a man proves his broadness and practical Christianity. To swallow the insults without losing prestige is another side issue. The greatest mistake made in handling an addict as police informer or agent is cutting him off from his supply of drugs. To do so, no matter how square and upright he wants to be, or has proven, is inviting him to turn back stronger than ever to his old love. Do not ever expect to have an ex-addict work among drugs and play the game squarely. It is asking more than humanly possible. To play squarely and to turn his whole effort against the drug traffic is enough to demand of him, apart from sending him forth with a drug craving among his old associates. The wise man will not expect it, but by slow and easy stages he can make the addict refrain sufficient self-respect so that the craving for the old life will gradually disappear and a loathing for the whole traffic take its place, thus guaranteeing you an active, honest agent who will fight the traffic for sheer love of battle and also for the personal revenge for what he suffered through it. How many old police officers of long experience will scoff and ridicule this idea? I would like to ask these same old-timers, how many square shooting addicts have you found in your experience? I can hear them roar and say, there is no such animal. Their own treatment of addicts would be in itself sufficient reason for addicts becoming rats. Never forget that, to begin with, all addicts were ordinary human beings. As a rule, I have found the majority of addicts to have been men above the average in ability. Usually he is a clever man in some particular line, but running with sports and rounders, seeking a new kick or sensation from life, has finally bumped into cocaine. His conceit in his ability makes him try a new kick just to prove his superiority over the numbskulls who have let cocaine put them in the gutter. He decides to show the world how it can be otherwise. His first sensation is a speeding up of his intellect, the sharpening of his faculties, and immoral optimism, which is the expansion of his already large ego, and there you have the future rat. The more schooled he was in decency, the more ingenious and devilish becomes his actions against his fellow men. It is quite true that I have never heard of an addict who was forced into addiction. I was 25 and fairly well educated, had traveled widely, but I had certainly mixed with coke rats who were so low that it was impossible to believe they were born of women. It is quite true that no one handcuffed me to drugs, and that I thought my eyes were open. As Mr. Weisheimer, I would show them how to get the kick out of coke without getting kicked myself. I firmly believed I could. I had never experienced a taste, habit, or passion in my life that I couldn't control before it became dangerous. I had been sodden for 6 months on whiskey. I loved it as whiskey, and I loved the effect. I made what I considered an awful ass of myself while drunk one night, and I never drank again. I craved and yearned for it, but my conceit and vanity had been wounded so deeply through whiskey that I would have died rather than fall for it. I was only 19 then, the time when common sense is only a seed and conceit a full blown flower. You will ask me how I account for the fact that at 25, with 11 years of travel and a thorough experience with all phases of life, including that of the Great War, that I should fall ignominiously for cocaine, fall miles lower than I ever fell for whiskey. Either I had lost my senses or my morale and had become a degenerate. Neither conclusion would be true. I was in full possession of my senses, and I still maintained the same code of ethics that I had learned from my mother's teaching. I maintained that I lived with my own conscience and that public opinion didn't hurt me if I could sleep with my conscience. I would feel keen remorse for hurting an animal or a weaker brother, but if I met a Philistine who doubted my honesty on a hypocritical snap judgment, I could rob that man with the greatest of satisfaction and divide the spoils with unfortunate brothers. I could thereafter sleep easily and with no remorse at all. That was my creed. I believed that to play square with one's conscience was to play square with your fellow men. Why did I fall for cocaine, you ask? Because of all agents of destruction, crime, degeneracy, and self hypnosis, cocaine is so preeminently the most potent, and because ordinary roads to hell do not even show on the same map. Cocaine is the unfairest gamester of all. It is the greatest deceiver any man ever applied to his senses. Whiskey is a true sport in comparison. A man drinks whiskey and excites his passion. With most men, it effectively is purely physical as a stimulant, and while giving Dutch courage to his body, at the same moment it fogs his intellect. Whiskey shows you plainly that if you enjoy the kick today, you must suffer the misery tomorrow. You pay whiskey its due within 24 hours of its enjoyment. You know this beforehand and may take it or leave it. If the kick is worth the sickness, go to it. But cocaine plays no such game. It never shows a fang, not even a pain, until it has you securely enmeshed. It would take more than your former willpower at its height to defeat it, for even if you do manage to abjure the actual drug, the memory and craving are ever present to torture you. Cocaine takes all you hold dear in life today: love, honor, family, fortune, health. And in 2 weeks, if you try to recall the awful trick it played you, you will find yourself justifying the cocaine. The only memories your mind retains are of those beautiful days of speeded intellect, super intelligence, controlled passions, and of the exquisitely clean mind when you started using cocaine. These days, when it was really bringing out all your better manhood, when its effect was like nothing on earth outside of ancient fairy tales, when your whole concentrated powers could not see any ill effect from its use, but on the other hand, an evident benefit to your whole existence. Yet it kidded you along, and you should feel that so far as your case is concerned, it has proven a blessing instead of a curse. Of course, you acknowledge to yourself that it might affect others quite differently, but to you it was the real elixir of life. Then, Mrs. Murphy, you wake up. There takes place a crisis in your life, which, in weak intellects, usually results in an overdose of something, the ambulance, and maybe the potter's field. However, if you are made of sterner stuff, or if your conceit dies hardly, you will then start a living death. You have the sense of hearing, but your mind is only conscious of a craving and of some memories. You look like a human being, all right, but your fellows do not recognize you. Some sneer, some laugh, and some give you the sympathy that is usually served out to the weak minded member of the family. In any and all cases, you know you are being held in contempt. There is something different in the quality of contempt meted out to drug fiends and that which is usually given to other weaklings or criminals. When a man is charged with rape or with willful murder, he at least earns the hatred and fear of his fellow men. Mixed with these emotions, he is usually granted a certain respect, which is admitted in the fear of him and perhaps for the nerve of him. Now to the addict there comes a form of contempt so insulting and narrow that it is marvelous murders are not more frequent as a method of wiping out the insult. I have been sneered at and ridiculed by men whom I have proven to be my intellectual inferiors time and time again, figureheads living on real men's productions, or filling a job that a machine would do better if it could walk and had eyes. This type is largely represented among male vamps and corner mashers that will voice more abominations about some respectable girl who turned from their lewd advances than a dope fiend would even think of the lowest prostitute. Now, these brainless ninnies will sneer at and ridicule a man who, in the hunting of something new and exciting, became a slave to his surplus energy via the drug route. There is no need to worry about the ninny falling. He will never have brains enough to earn an income sufficient to buy drugs. He is as much a degenerate of humanity as an addict. He is a leech and a parasite who, without daring to experiment, will ridicule men who had the nerve, gambled, and well lost. I'd like to see this type with even 1% of an addict's struggle to contend with. He would surrender before it started. He is the village, cut up, and wise guy who would slander a girl's fair name or rob her to satisfy his vulgar passions, yet feels himself far above the addict who probably never harmed anyone and through sociability or daring became an outcast. I will tell all Christians, professed, practical, or hypocritical, that had Christ meet a dope fiend, he would not have ridiculed him. He certainly would have respected him more than he would some of the all-knowing Pharisees who mold public opinions. Let an addict straighten out, take a cure, and start to fight. Does the average citizen help him any? The addict is always under suspicion that he is using drugs surreptitiously and that the cure is only a bluff. He cannot be trusted. He might go crazy and murder someone, or he might put dope in the good citizen's food. In fact, there is no limit to his capacity for everything evil. When he is suffering and fighting the hardest, Mr. Grundy whispers to Mrs. Gossip, "Do you notice the expression of his face? I wonder what diabolical plot he is hatching now. He really should be confined to some institution where he can't do any harm. But I suppose if we find some of our citizens murdered one morning, the officials may take some action after he has done the damage. It isn't right, you know, to jeopardize our lives for a worthless hulk like that." Now, if you overheard such stuff from the narrow public who govern our opinions about yourself in the same predicament, what would you do? Would you try to climb out and suffer mental, physical, and public torture? Or would you take the line of least resistance and slip still further? You are no less human than an addict. And just when he is fighting for a foothold is the time when he is the most sensitive to insults. If these superior persons were only able to show where they fought a weakness or temptation and won a victory, it would give them some room for their attitude toward the weakling who loses the fight. But they never had a weakness. They do not like whiskey, so they do not drink it. But if they do like it, they indulge themselves, thus satisfying the corresponding weakness in their own character to that of the addict. I do not see them doing without anything they crave unless it be too expensive or entirely unobtainable. When a practical Christian attitude is adopted towards the addicts, from that day you will see a diminishing of the drug evil instead of alarming increases taking place as at present. There is no way for a normal man to realize a narcotic addict's unenviable position unless he be an addict himself. Of all things I have been up against, tasks, passion, habits, or pastimes, drug addiction is the only one I acknowledge my master. Public opinion fails to sting me now because I have survived a crisis which I know would have downed a large percentage of those witless willies whose ideas of humor is to ridicule the crippled, maimed, and outcast. End of Part 2, Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marijuana, a new menace. My eyes are veiled because I drink cups of bang. Afghan song. This drug is not really new, but as yet is comparatively unknown in the United States and Canada, although 3 of the American states, California, Missouri, and Wyoming, have legislated against its use. The authorities and police officers generally being woefully ignorant of its nature or extraordinary menace. At the convention held at The Hague in 1912, Italy suggested a study of this drug, holding that its use would increase as the opium traffic was suppressed. Marijuana is known by chemists and physicians as cannabis indica and more commonly as Indian hemp. Sometimes it is called hashish or hashish. In chapter 31 of The Count of Monte Cristo, Dumas gives us an account of a hashish debauch. In this chapter, Sinbad, the host, describes the green preserve as nothing less than the ambrosia which Hebe served at the table of Jupiter. Sinbad speaks of this as the hashish of Alexandria, the hashish of Abor Gor, the celebrated maker, the only man to whom there should be built a palace inscribed with these words, "A grateful world to a dealer in happiness." Eminent medical doctors in India, principally at Calcutta, have made experiments with cannabis indica and have discovered that it induces symptoms of catalepsy or even of trance. It is also claimed that the fakirs of India who suffer themselves to be buried and who are later disinterred do so through the agency of this drug. Some years ago, Dr. James Braid of Edinburgh wrote a monograph on this subject entitled Trance and Human Hibernation, which was published by John Church of Princes Street, Soho, London. Hashish or hashish is the Arabic name and means literally dried herb. It may be smoked, chewed, or drunk. Our English word assassin comes from this word. The hemp resin for smoking and chewing comes in 3 forms: chang, ganja, and shara. This Indian hemp is used chiefly in Asia Minor, India, Persia, and Egypt, but is being increasingly used on this continent, particularly by the Mexicans, who smuggle it into the United States. Last year, 54 persons were convicted for using or peddling it in Los Angeles, California. Charles A. Jones, the chief of police for the city, said in a recent letter that hashish or Indian hemp grows wild in Mexico, but to raise this shrub in California constitutes a violation of the state narcotic law. He says persons using this narcotic smoke the dried leaves of the plant, which has the effect of driving them completely insane. The addict loses all sense of moral responsibility. Addicts to this drug, while under its influence, are immune to pain and could be severely injured without having any realization of their condition. While in this condition, they become raving maniacs and are liable to kill or indulge in any form of violence to other persons, using the most savage methods of cruelty without, as said before, any sense of moral responsibility. When coming from under the influence of this narcotic, these victims present the most horrible condition imaginable. They are dispossessed of their natural and normal willpower, and their mentality is that of idiots. If this drug is indulged in to any great extent, it ends in the untimely death of the addict. Mr. Hamilton Fife, in the Real Mexico, writing of this drug, says of it, they, the Mexicans, madden themselves with a drug called marijuana. This has strange and terrible effects. It appears to make those who swallow it do whatever is upmost in their thoughts. At El Paso, a peon came across the International Bridge firing a rifle at all and sundry. Much talk against the Americans and a dose of marijuana had decided him to invade the United States by himself. The bridge keeper quickly put a bullet into the poor wretch. W. H. B. Stoddard of the Bethlehem Royal Hospital of London says the drug is used for the purpose of inducing pleasurable motor excitement and hallucinations, which are commonly sexual in character among Eastern races. This contention is, however, denied by the Encyclopedia Britannica, which says there is no evidence that the drug is an aphrodisiac. Stoddard says further that hashish causes epigastric sensations with anesthesia of the arms and legs. The acute intoxication is characterized by sleepiness and a certain impudent daredevil demeanor. As in intoxication from alcohol, the gait is staggering. The addict has delusions of persecution or of measureless grandeur. Speaking of the latter delusion, Dr. Palmer writes that in India, under its influence, your servant is apt to make you a grand salam instead of a sandwich, and offer you an honoree when you merely demanded a red herring. Dr. Warnock, in the Journal of Mental Sciences for January 1903, states that acute mania from hashish varies from a mild, short attack of excitement to a prolonged attack of furious mania, ending in exhaustion or even death. He describes the hashish user in the following words: they are good for nothing, lazy fellows who live by begging or stealing and pester their relations for money to buy hashish, often assaulting them when they refuse the demands. The moral degradation of these cases is their most salient symptom. Loss of social position, shamelessness, addiction to lying and theft, and a loose, irregular life makes them a curse to their families. It appears that in using this poison, the time sense becomes impaired in such a way that time appears to pass slowly. One addict says that on recovering from a debauch, it was like returning home from an eternity spent in loneliness among the palaces of strangers. Well, may I say an eternity, he continues, for during the whole day I could not rid myself of the feeling that I was separated from the preceding one by an immeasurable lapse of time. It is also a peculiarity of hashish that its fantasia almost invariably takes Oriental form. It is hashish which makes both the Syrian and the Saxon Oriental, quoth one of its habitués. De Quincey tells the same of opium, but this may only have been because in normal hours his imagination dallied with Eastern themes and scenes. Speaking of these fantasia with their unimaginable horrors, he writes, I was buried for 1,000 years in stone coffins with mummies and sphinxes in narrow chambers at the heart of eternal pyramids. I was kissed with cancerous kisses by crocodiles and laid confounded with unutterable slimy things amongst reeds and Nilotic mud. It is believed that the Arabian Nights were written under the motor excitement of hashish. The romancer, under its influence, traveled on a magic carpet and saw strange lands and nights. Blown on some mystic wind, conjured up by the drug, the modern habitué, in a frenzy of travel, passes through all latitudes in gigantic tours. Now, with joyous lightness, he is on the way to Mandalay, or again, in the profoundest dejection, he has come to say goodbye. He travels through marshy jungles, over mid-earth lakes, across desert plains, over valleys of roses, or in the high air where insane faces howl at him and curse horribly. Sometime about the middle of the last century, a remarkable volume entitled The Hashish Eater was written by Fitzhugh Ludlow, an American author of great ability and high culture. He was born in the state of New York in 1836 and died of consumption in Switzerland in 1870. He was a special correspondent to the New York dailies. He wrote much magazine literature and edited Vanity Fair from 1858 to 1860. The effects of hashish, this weed of madness, being explained to him by a druggist, he was impelled by curiosity and by a desire to record these effects scientifically, to experiment with this narcotic not only on himself, but on his fellow students. There are plenty of folk who pretend to themselves that they yield to narcotic enchantment in a desire for research and not for sensual gratification, and that they inure their friends to its effects for the same reason. But however kindly in judgment one finds these statements hard to credit, and even if credited, only demonstrates these persons as rascals manifest. Ludlow had described the delirium of hashish with its hellish agonies as no one ever did before, or could wish to again. He told of the jubilance from the drug and its reactory results in physical and mental depression, of the nervous waste from hashish addiction, and the necessity of again using the drug to supply the waste which it first occasioned. He also tells the story of his enfranchisement from this fell and deadly habit till that time when he was no longer an outcast from man's league with God. It has been pointed out that there are 3 ways out from the regency of this addiction. First, insanity. Second, death. Third, abandonment. This is assuredly a direful trinity, and one with which the public should be cognizant in order that they may be warned of the sharp danger that lies in even curiously tasting poisons which have been inhibited or which are habit forming. End of Part 2, Chapter 23. Part 2, Chapter 24 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Orders for search. The common problem, yours, mine, everyone's. Robert Browning. Osborne of Sing Sing claims that, being the agents of society, the police should always have the advantage over the criminal, for the criminal is the enemy of society, the man whose hand is against every other man. For some strange reason, however, the drop is nearly always given the renegade in his efforts to escape detection or to balk the law. Maybe this is because, in the eyes of society, the criminal becomes the underdog and the police his persecutors, an idea which is persistently fostered by counsel for the defense and by some rescue workers. The policeman is called the harness bull, the detective a dick or tech. These are always stupid, amusing fellows, and the butt of many witticisms, especially at the picture houses. Even the poets cut a quill for them and make merry in their untimely demise. Says one, the captain of police is dead, though having lost his life. Mr. O. Henry, in a sentence witty but unfair, defines a policeman as a person who takes kids up, women across, and men in. Getting a warrant to search a place for a suspected cache of poisons is almost as difficult as getting a passport to Russia. Society holds up its hands in horror and talks of violated rights if a policeman appears at its door with an order for search and calls him names, the scope of which can only be measured by their ability to pronounce the English language. It is absolutely astounding what a hullabaloo can be made by an otherwise perfectly genteel lady who has been asked to open her trunk or pass over her keys. A most casual consideration shows, however, that if a cache of deleterious drugs be found in a suspected house, the magistrate's order was justified. If not found, the householder has a very high joke on his side and all the satisfaction. He may know, too, that as a citizen he has the proved preeminence of worth, or, well, that the police, through some favorable revolution of the stars, walked right over the cache and never noticed it. If the housewife has the corners of her cupboards clean and last night's dishes washed, there is no great trouble in the letting police look through any more than prospective buyers or inspectors from the gas company. Of course, it occasionally happens that some headstrong, dry-hearted fellow actually pries off a baseboard or slashes into the darkness of the coal bin with the electric bulb he carries, for, like an old huntsman, the trained detective takes everything into consideration. Probably, too, the detective has been tipped off as to the exact location of the hidden treasure. I cannot believe that the man on our morality squad who lifted a pail of water and found a can of opium under the floor at this particular spot was acting on anything but a tip. There is a Hindu proverb which says, the more you know, the better luck you have. Although he is a busy-eyed man at all times and something of a spoil sport for drug runners, I have always suspected that the officer who found cocaine in the coal scuttle had been definitely instructed by some sour, sulky addict. It never fortuned that way. How could mortal man discern that there was a false bottom in a harmless looking scuttle that stood by the fireplace? Just riddle me that. Yes, we may as well tell it here that most of the tipping off comes from addicts who have fallen out with the peddler for refusing them credit and who, in the gall of their hearts, desire to have revenge on him. No peddler's cachet is ever safe, and he is always looking for shadows. To use the colloquialism of the profession, he is on the dodge. Indeed, an addict has been known to plant dope in the pocket or in the hat band of a peddler who refuses to supply drugs on demand, and then to inform the detectives. Incidentally, the addict wins the praise he covets, as well as half the fine. A peddler will do the same with a rival peddler. Truly, the ways of the traffic are devious and past finding out. Also, they are entirely lacking in that quality known as ethics. In order to keep intact his hidden stores against sudden raids, many devices have been tried by the peddler, and some have proven satisfactory for a while. He may cache his drugs inside a watch case, the works of which have been removed, in the collar of his dog, in the heel of his boot, in the drawer of a safety deposit vault, or skillfully rolled in rice paper in the form of cigarettes. Women have known to secret cocaine inside of a doll, in a coconut, or in a pot of cold cream. Others have hidden their supply under what appeared to be a solid tile flooring, but which actually had a section that lifted up after the manner of a trap door. A detective who could cope successfully with these devices must be a veritable Argus with eyes all over his body and a mind filled with the most unhandsome suspicions. Also, he needs to pack a shooting iron as a prophylactic against evil influences of a sudden nature. A large cache of drugs was kept hidden in the basement of a well-known hotel in Edmonton behind doors of heavy timber, which had been reinforced by ponderous bolts and iron bars. When the police would appear with their warrant, no entrance was given until the drugs and all the pipes were consumed on the hot coals of the furnace. The game was put a stop by the officers forcing the door and carrying it off to the police station as Exhibit A. These peddlers are go-betweens in the employ of drug rings, in being their business to distribute the drugs to the unfortunate users. Also, it is their business to create a trade, and to this end, cocaine and morphine are frequently given away to girls and young men in order that they may acquire the appetite, a kind of throwing a sprat to catch a herring. Many of these propagandists, boosters, or recruiters are to be found among the taxi drivers and waiters in cafes. Indeed, it was shown recently that every employee in a certain Western cafe was a drug addict, and that 4 of these were peddlers with a keen assiduity to sell. The waiters often sell on a commission of from 25 to 35%. The commission man is usually a foreigner for whom the whites work. On the other hand, the taxi driver usually makes his profit by charging the customer a carrying fee. That is to say, having received a request for M or C, he will drive to the hangout and get it, charging the customer $1 or $2 for having made the trip. If the customer asks for morphine or cocaine, he will find the driver to be deeply aggrieved by this wicked insinuation and the serious impeachment of his character. For this reason, the customer must always remember to use the alphabetical letters M or C. A government official in Western Canada tells us of a traveler from the United States who, stepping off the train, was offered and purchased cocaine from one of the taxi drivers at the railway station. By one of those extreme slips of fortune, they were espied and both arrested. Both were subsequently convicted of a breach of the Opium and Drugs Act. But before being deported to the United States, the traveler explained to this government official how the taxi driver came to sell him cocaine. He did not volunteer to sell me the drug, as the police alleged at the trial. I gave the high sign to the line of drivers, and he was the one who took it up. The others had probably no cocaine to sell. The sign is so simple it would be full easy to relate. Tell it them, you say. Ah, sirs and madams, it was one Festus, a sagacious man of high intent, who said, "'Tis not my will that evil be immortal." But returning to the subject of strong rooms as hiding places for opiates, it is probable that most of the larger Canadian cities have their quota of these. In a certain eastern Canadian city, the chief constable, who stipulates with us that his name or city be not mentioned, received information from a member of the underworld that a certain party was selling cocaine and morphine on a very large scale. The informant furnished the constable with the address of the apartment, which was located in the center of a large block, and instructed him how to reach it. Many hallways, stairways, rooms, and alleyways had to be passed through in order to ultimately arrive at the hiding place, where a peculiar knock, known only to the initiated, was to be given on the door. The officer was further told that the vendor of the drugs would open a small slat in the door to receive the money, and that in a few minutes afterwards the vendor would extend his hand with the package through the same opening. The information given the chief constable was taken down in great detail, and the instructions followed out to the letter. It was then arranged for the most powerful detective on the force to go with the police sergeant to make the purchase, and that when the vendor put the package through the door, the detective would grasp his hand while the sergeant would slip on the handcuffs, thus preventing its withdrawal. At the appointed time, they arrived at the apartment and gave the correct knock, passing their money through. A few minutes later, the seller reached his hand through to deliver the drugs. The detective grabbed his hand but failed to hold it, as it slipped away quite easily, much to the astonishment of the officers. Alas and alas! Even clever officers may neglect to figure on the contingency of a vendor greasing his hand. The officers had been previously told that the door was very heavy and supported by steel bars at the top, center, and bottom. They managed nevertheless to batter it in, but found, on entering, that their bird had flown, leaving behind him some money and a very large amount of cocaine and morphine. After a thorough search of the premises, they found an opening from the cellar under these particular apartments into the adjoining cellar, and from this cellar to still further one. They kept up the search with diligence and were eventually rewarded by finding a huddled form behind a pile of boxes in a damp corner of the third cellar. It was not necessary to question him as to the ownership of the drugs, although he did confess to this, his well greased palm being, well, first hand evidence of the fact. But a detective's tribulations do not always come from the powerful criminal, the irate householder, or the unsympathetic public. In searching for contraband drugs, he is forced to observe caution in his every movement. Even in getting warrants, he must be careful as to who types or sees the papers, and in all the procedure to act upon the principle of safety first. It happens not infrequently that before the squad leaves the station, their destination has become known, and all is quiet when they arrive with the warrant. The police may spot the public, but in return they are spotted themselves, the return being 100 to 1. It seems a pity, too, that public opinion must be excited before the detectives can clean up a city. Because of the flabbiness of opinion, a campaign for law enforcement must be instituted before effectual work is accomplished. Let no one think that equality of justice is handed down without discrimination, for such is not the case. High profiteering personages leave nothing undone through bribery, intrigue, intimidation, or through social approach, to break down the moral stamina of those whose duty it is to make the law effective. Mr. Henry Ford spoke to the point when he said recently, "The lawlessness which most needs to be denounced is not that kind of which the police and courts take cognizance, but that which is permeating classes of society which have too long been regarded as respectable. We seem to have forgotten that the word respectable means worthy of respect, not merely well placed socially and financially, and adroitly able to keep out of the hands of the police. Respect for law is a sentiment restricted to people fit to be free. All others fear the law." End of part 2, chapter 24, Orders for Search. Part 2, chapter 25 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spotter and Stooler. Out dance Spot, Shakespeare. Anyone who has much to do with the public knows how easily people may be hypnotized by words. One such is the word spotter, as applied to Secret Service men or to special agents of the police. It has come to mean something almost reprobate, whereas it really stands for safety, success, beneficence, and several other things. When a singer on the vaudeville stage stands in the dark, someone hidden in the rear of the theater turns a circular light on them, and as the singer moves out and about, the light continues to follow and to show his every action. The public applaud, and the singer is pleased because he is in the spotlight. But let the police, for the detection of crime, turn the spotlight on someone who stands in the darkness and just give ear to the outcry. Why society should give the drop to the criminal instead of those officers who represent themselves seems hard to understand. Perhaps it arises from the fact that one's sympathies naturally turn toward a person who has been captured and who thereafter suffers. Yet, although punishment be imposed on the wrongdoer, it is not imposed revengefully, but solely for the protection of the citizen. To the prisoner himself, the punishment itself is often salutary, and some can be found who acknowledge to it at a later period. The peddler and bootlegger make outcry when arrested, not because they care anything for public opinion or public security, but because they fear losing money going to jail. What is the world coming to anyway? Ask these pestered, irritated gentry. There ought to be a law against this spotting. So long as the harness bulls wear their uniforms, it is all right, no one cares. But when a smooth guy, dressed exactly like themselves, comes along and nabs them, the thing becomes atrocious, unfair, indecent. Police ought to go hunting for criminals with bells and banners instead of flashlights and those ugly-looking sawed-off guns which they call gats. Indeed, they should. In the police court, counsel for the defense draws attention to the inequity of the system, wishing to make his client appear as the victim of depraved and unreliable persecutors. He becomes virulently abusive and even looks as though he might be spoiling for a fight. Reporters pick up his words, and even the bench has shown signs of enthrallment. Most of this talk, however, is irresponsible. For the following day, or even on the same day, this same counsel argues quite as vehemently for the prosecution where the spotter's evidence is the only kind adduced. And then, strange to relate, when some citizens who has been clamorously confessing what he considers to be uncivilized methods, finds that his wife's diamond ring has been stolen by the last hired girl, or that some arch criminal has purloined a dozen cases of spirituous liquor from his cellar, hies him to the police station to demand the immediate and constant service of every spotter and stooler in the city. To him, on this occasion, the only wicked stool is the toadstool. In his importunity of the police, it is marvelous how elastic and easeful his methods become. Yet, unless stool pigeons and spotters are used extensively, it is not even remotely possible to break the grip of the drug king. We must have stoolers and plenty of them. The stooler is paid out of police funds, and large sums of money will have to be laid aside for this purpose. Why not use informers, you ask, instead of Stoolers? The answer is easy. The informer being paid for his work through a moiety of the fine, it becomes imperative that a fine be imposed instead of imprisonment, which is exactly what the ring is hoping for. A fine upon the ring, as would the print of a mosquito's heel. Besides, when it comes to the consideration of a frame-up or plant, there is no reason to suppose that an informer is any more reliable than either a spotter or a stooler. These spotters can horn their way in almost any place and get evidence, but after all, it is the marked money and the purchased drugs that count. These are a corroboration of the Stooler story, which is hard to overlook. It does not really make much difference whether the spotter knows the 10 Commandments or not. The squad, whether it be a drug or morality squad, takes no chances on his lying to them. The man is searched and relieved of all money. Then he gets marked money from the police. With this, he goes into the opium joint and buys opium, morphine, cocaine, or other allied poisons. When he comes out, he hands over his purchase, whereupon the police get a warrant to search. If one has not already been granted them, enter the premises, search the inmates, and secure the marked money. Also, they usually find the stock of narcotics, which they seize and produce in court as evidence. There may be a more effective way than this, but up to the present, no one has evolved it. It is true that the squad could make the search without the Stooler, but in such an event, they would have no evidence of sale. The case would be one of having in possession. If they did not find the drugs, like as not, certain clamorous clouts in sympathy with the invasion of law rather than with its enforcement, would demand that all the squad be disciplined or even dismissed for the unwarranted interference with the rights and liberties of highly respectable ratepayers. You may have noticed that persons who talk a great deal about their liberties usually mean their liberty to do wrong. Yes, it is surely a sorry scrape to be a sleuth in spite of the mystery and romance woven around the profession by story writers in lurid magazines. 2. As a matter of fact, the most vexatious spotting is that to which the police and their agents are themselves subjected. The drug and whiskey rings keep spotters whose sole business is to post them on all plans of the police. They have these spotters in legal offices and even in the police offices. If a raid is about to take place, the police do not leave the station in a body, but have an appointed rendezvous in another part of the city. The inspector or the sergeant in charge does not tell his men the place to be raided until they approach it. He takes no chances on the quarry being tipped off. That he doesn't if he is an experienced officer. Many drug stores and other stores, which are fences for contraband drugs or spirituous liquors, keep a spotter to loiter around their place and watch the police. These spotters are especially disturbed if a closed car stops opposite the store for any length of time. Such a car has been known to contain police, the very sight of which affects him like a nicked knife blade. At any rate, the mass hysteria about Stoolers and spotters, as appointed by the chief constable or by the police commission, is not only unwarranted, but positively presents the effective and speedy detection of crime. The evidence of the stool pigeon or agent provocateur was referred to in February of this year in a judgment of the Privy Council. In an appeal from the Supreme Court of Canada in the matter of the King versus Nat Bell Liquor Limited, their lordship said that if Bolsing, who was used in this capacity, impressed the justice as a witness of truth, no error in law was committed in believing him, even without corroboration. But there was, in fact, the corroboration of money given him by the constable detectives. In the detection of illicit sales, the best stool is a peddler under sentence of imprisonment. He is afraid that others will secure his customers while he is incarcerated, so thinks it excellent policy to assist in having rivals hauled off to jail. This is an exemplification of the old adage, set a thief to catch a thief. It is argued that it is immoral for a man to buy contraband poisons from a dealer, thus causing the dealer to offend, but this can hardly be considered applicable in cases where the sole business of the trafficker is of a criminal nature. It is only when the drugs are to be consumed that the sale is commonly considered legitimate. A person who buys them as evidence is anathema. Applied to law-abiding persons who would thereby suffer debasement, the conditions are wholly different, and stooling should never for a moment be applied. Indeed, it never is, and it is not thinkable that the police will deliberately set out to induce innocent persons to sell narcotics or spirituous liquors, thereby taking upon themselves the risk of dismissal as well as the possibility of a charge of conspiracy or of perjury. Sometimes the stooler is used after a detective has been living for days or even weeks in the drug colony and has secured first-hand knowledge of the facts, in which event a mistake can hardly be made. A skilled detective seldom comes out of cover. This procedure would destroy his future work. One detective whom we know used to pose as an expert in telling fortunes by cards, and in this way, being what is commonly called a jolier, gave daring leads to his clients, which generally resulted in whispered confidences to the seer. In one instance, he persuaded a woman to forego a journey she had planned that day because her cards showed wretched luck. The luck, it turned out, occurred to her later in the same day when a special squad raided her room and found a suitcase containing a large quantity of morphine, which she had packed to distribute to smaller fry along her railway route. A mean trick, you say? Yes, we reply, just as mean as trapping a tiger, red in tooth and claw with the blood of humankind. Persons who waste sympathy on the trapping of a narcotic distributor do so because they have no knowledge of the havoc wrought or of the impossibility of restoration once the distributor has finished his deadly work. The drug peddler, says an editor of one of our papers, is a worse menace than a mad dog. This being the case, why trouble over technicalities in catching the dog? The thing to catch him, and if possible, to cure his hydrophobia. Speaking of the hazards and hardships endured by police officers in the safeguarding of property and human life, Chief Joseph Quigley of Rochester said recently, within the past 20 years, thousands of police officers have given up their lives in the cause of internal order and peace. Have the public adequately recognized such service? I am afraid they have not. The time is not far distant when their sturdy loyalty and heroic deeds will be recognized and regarded in a manner in keeping with that bestowed for patriotism and valor. In no branch of police service are these words more applicable than in dealing with a drug fiend. It should not be necessary, therefore, to make any special plea to the public for an endorsement of their work, nor unreasonable to expect a solid and persistent backing of the same. End of Part 2, Chapter 25. Part 2, Chapter 26 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Drugs, generally. Anything green that grew out of the mold was an excellent herb to our fathers of old. Kipling. That cocaine has been used as a stimulant for many centuries is evidenced by the finding of it in bags suspended from the necks of mummies. With it are frequently found gourds containing lime, this having been used with the leaves to set free their alkaloid, just as the people of India use lime with betel nuts. In these latter days, cocaine is mixed with different alcoholic liqueurs to secure the effects desired by certain classes. A mixture of cocaine and gin is greatly favored by the negroes, and from its effects on the unfortunate consumer might be the bottled lightning of Mrs. Nickleby's sweetheart. This drink is also favored by young bloods, who keep it for parties where the guests are restricted in number, but usually unselect. Rum and cocaine are compounded into a drink known as the soldier's cocktail because of its popularity among addicted men. Its effects are similar to that of the undelectable drink called moonshine, the intoxication being one of such absolute completeness as to bring it well within the scope of the definitional poem. Not drunk is he that from the floor can rise again and still drink more, but drunk is he who prostrate lies without the help to drink or rise. The admixture of cocaine and alcohol, well, the less said about it, the better. The ingredients of these drinks are not here related with the idea of enlightening the public as to concoctions, but solely that it may be warned of the highly discomposing properties in what may be offered as a mere friendly glass. Sometimes, after a hard day's work, it seems to us that half the trouble in the world comes from this very cause. Mr. W. E. Safford, the economic botanist of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, in the annual report of the Smithsonian Institute of 1916, has written on the narcotic plants and stimulants of the ancient Americans and has suggested that investigations be made into these less known narcotics in order to determine the nature of their properties, looking to their utilization as substitutes for others now recognized in the standard pharmacopoeias. Mr. Safford has summarized their principal narcotic plants and stimulants as tobacco, cacao, guarana, cohoba, pitol, yerba mate, ololiuki, jimson weed, cocoa, ayahuasca, hookah kahu, and the red bean. He says these were used in ceremonials, in divination, and in medicine by the Indians, and often carried as amulets to ensure success in the chase and in warfare. Among these, the jimson, or Jamestown weed, Datura stramonium, is notable as having intoxicated the British soldiers sent in 1676 to quell the uprising known as Bacon's Rebellion. Robert Beverley tells of its effects on the soldiers in his History and Present State of Virginia, 1705. One would blow up a feather in the air, another would dart straws at it with much fury, and another stark naked was sitting up in a corner like a monkey, grinning and making mows at them. A fourth would fondly kiss and paw his companions, and sneer in their faces, a countenance more antic than in any Dutch drawl. In this frantic condition they were confined lest they should in their folly destroy themselves, though it was observed that all their actions were full of innocence and good nature. Part 2. Of late there has been a good deal said of a mysterious drug which was a positive cure for addiction, this being the drug which produces the twilight sleep, used sometimes in childbirth. Under its influence the patient remains in a stupefied condition for several days. It is not regarded as successful in curing drug addiction, its use being attended with danger, although, in the immediate withdrawal cure, it is sometimes indicated to mask the symptoms during the first day or two of the treatment, the effect being that of a hypnotic. It is known to chemists and physicians as scopolamine hydrobromate, but to the public as hyoscine. Hyoscine is used in producing sleep in cases of acute mania, and as an adjunct to or substitute for ordinary anesthetics, where the operation is likely to be prolonged. During the present year tests of its effects on criminals have been demonstrated. The claim is made that, when injected into the blood, its mental effect is to produce paralysis of the imagination, thus rendering the patient incapable of telling anyone but the truth. The physicians have accordingly dubbed it the truth serum. Recently, at Dallas, Texas, some of the prisoners at the jail submitted themselves voluntarily for the experiment in the presence of the prison officials, physicians, and District Attorney Maury Hughes. "Did you rob Guy's pharmacy?" was asked of a prisoner under its influence. "No, I don't even know where it is." This prisoner, although sentenced to prison for the robbery, has always maintained his innocence. "Who robbed the Hondo Bank?" the district attorney asked. The prisoner gave the names of 5 men. While conscious, he had refused to give this information. Another drug sometimes used in treating the narcotic habit is known as deonin. This drug is the salts of morphine and is an odorless, white, or nearly white crystalline powder possessing a bitter taste. It is also useful in the treatment of consumption, bronchitis, and eye affections. Part 3. In Carolina, Virginia, and other of the southern states, the negroes are given to the chewing of camphor gum. It has the effect of speeding the heart's action. Copenhagen snuff is also used by the tar healers of North Carolina, but, for that matter, its use is fairly general in all parts of the continent. It is prepared from strong tobacco treated with bromides. In the lumber woods, where men are full bodied and desire an effect, they have been known to snuff it, taste it, and eject it into a vein all at the same time. The snuff has an unpleasant odor, burns the end of the tongue, and tastes like salted perfume. Heroin, a German preparation of morphine, may also be snuffed up the nostrils, usually by means of a quill or a nail file. It is 3 times stronger than morphine, and is designated as hell dust or the powder of destruction. Speaking of different drugs, Judge Cornelius F. Collins has said, "Heroin is undoubtedly the most pernicious, both as to the member of its victims and the difficulty of overcoming its ravages. Heroin is one of those artificial energies that are destructive of the natural, so that its user becomes indolent and unemployable. Like the men described by Plautus, he dreams awake." Mrs. Mulhall states that, once the habit is established, interest is lost in work. The addicts become late and irregular in their hours of work, and finally throw up their positions. In its most vicious phases, the power of dispensing this much prized drug is one of the surest ways for a Fagin to hold his pupils, or a white slaver to maintain his control over his prey. Heroin orgies are frequent because the drug gives a rear or thrill sooner than opium. One of its effects is to destroy the memory. Under its thrall, he becomes a clot of passions, fierce and blind. End of Part 2, Chapter 26. Drugs Generally. Part 2, Chapter 27. Of the Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Salvage. By open speech and simple, 100 times made plain, to seek another's profit and work another's gain. Rudyard Kipling. In dealing with the problems of drug addiction, in this volume, we have endeavored to suggest the remedy appropriate to each as it arose. Reaching the concluding chapters, there comes to us suggestions and recommendations which have not been made or made but vaguely. We venture modestly to suggest a few for the consideration of our readers. Some of these have already been tried in different parts of America with marked success. Others have not been so successful, but none have failed entirely. All are open to improvement and to adaptation. In the United States, cooperation between the federal, state, and city authorities in the enforcement of narcotic laws is much more pronounced than in Canada. The American federal law is known as the Harrison Narcotic Act, but each state has its own special enactments covering the various phases of the traffic. In Canada, our federal law is known as the Opium and Drugs Act. With the exception of Manitoba, none of the provinces have passed narcotic laws of their own. And yet, without a doubt, if we are to deal with the traffic effectively, the Opium and Drugs Act must be followed up in the several provinces by uniform laws in harmony with and supplemental to this act. This is particularly required in the control of medical abuse of narcotic drugs. The provinces possessing the power to revoke the license to practice medicine, dentistry, or for veterinary practice. To this end, there should be appointed a committee on uniform provincial narcotic laws, which should cooperate with committees representing the pharmaceutical associations and the professions above named. Provincial laws should be submitted to the federal government before being promulgated in order to eliminate unnecessary duplication of records, and so that they may not in any way conflict. No time should be lost in the forming of these committees if we are to believe that celerity means double strokes in warfare. It has been pointed out recently by the Department of Health at Ottawa that they are not attempting to supersede the work of the provincial and municipal authorities in the enforcement of the Opium and Drugs Act, but only endeavoring to assist them in stamping out this drug traffic which, during the past 14 years, has gained such a tremendous foothold in Canada. This seems a good place to point out that since the Department of Health was established 2 or 3 years ago, the officers have persistently and fearlessly brought the matter to the notice of the people in an effort to stamp out the traffic and have taken whatever steps deemed practical to its control. For this they deserve the highest commendation. One of these officials, writing a day or two ago, said, "When the Department of Health began to administer the Opium and Drugs Act, it was never dreamed that this traffic had such a large foothold in many of the smaller towns and cities throughout the Dominion. But it was the general impression that the traffic was confined to larger cities, which impression was, of course, altogether wrong, as experience has since proven. Continuing, he says, and perhaps all workers, whether official or non official, will underscore his words, what we need more than any other thing in dealing effectively with this drug menace is cooperation. It matters not who actually does the work of arresting the individual concerned or secures the conviction, so long as it is done. But until we can bring about this spirit, which is so much to be desired, it is almost impossible to do good work. It is a far bigger question than most of the lay minds have any conception of, and can only be dealt with in a practical way by those who have an intimate knowledge of the traffic and the class of people connected with it. I would again emphasize that the only practical way of dealing with this drug menace in Canada, if it can be stamped out within a reasonable time, and it can be done, is by cooperation. In the provinces, there should be a narcotic division of the Department of Health, even as there is federally, and this division should be given broad powers in controlling drug addiction in order that amendatory legislation might not be necessary at every session of Parliament. In the United States, arrangements are made for the giving of lectures and the disseminating of general propaganda concerning the drug evil. Local leagues are also being formed. This is a work which devolves upon the states, as in Canada it would devolve upon the provinces. Part 2. In framing remedial measures, we need more rigid enactments, laws with teeth in them, for the handling of addicts. In taking this stand, we are well aware that we draw upon ourselves a storm of criticism and possibly of invective. There were days when we would have joined in such an outcry ourselves, but stern experiences have led us to form other conclusions on the subject. Our change of opinion is not that we desire to see punishment inflicted for the sake of punishment, but because we look to the extermination of the traffic. That is a wise text. The Buddhists preach. First observe the man, then preach the law. While it is necessary to deal with the source of supply, viz., with the producers, manufacturers, drug rings, peddlers, and illicit dealers generally, it is equally true that we must deal with the consumer. So long as there is an addict craving sleep producing drugs or drugs with a thrill, crying for them and offering any price, so long will there be found graceless and greedy persons ready to exploit their need. In securing supplies, an addict is one who has preeminently the quality of keeping on against the odds and of ultimately winning out. In dealing with the traffic, all half measures must be eliminated. No quarter can be given to any participants whatsoever. Our governments are unable to stay, under present conditions and present laws, the ocean of opium and other drugs with which we have been inundated, and frankly acknowledge the fact. Anyone who studies the subject must also acknowledge the prodigious difficulties which the government have to encounter in dealing with the illicit trade, or what is known as the underground traffic, and themselves to cast about for an idea which may lead to a solution of the difficulty. It is a subject upon which all of us should strop our brains with a desire to assist our representatives in Parliament. Having declared this, permit us to say that if the government cannot stay materially the inrush of inhibited drugs, cannot stay the operations of the rings, and only to a small degree those of the peddlers, it must, therefore, lay strong hands upon the traffic in the courts when it appears in the person of the consumer. What actually happens is the immediate granting of bail to the consumer, thereby giving him time to warn the peddler. Or if bail be unprocurable, the officers of the law feed the consumer with narcotics in order that he may keep his poise, if you prefer the word, his nerve. We have already told what occurs when he is convicted, and have nothing to add concerning the futility of our present methods. These statements are more especially applicable to conditions in Canada, the United States being vastly more practical in their treatment of addicts. Part 3. Dr. James C. Hamilton, Commissioner of Correction, New York City, approached this subject from a different angle, but quite effectively, when he said, "Conserving human life is one of the most important duties of the government. As all agencies of society wage constant warfare against the murderer, the gambler, and the thief, so likewise should they stamp out drug addiction, which is playing such havoc with the physical, intellectual, and moral welfare of the youth of our land. Drug addicts should be handled with more firmness and less sentimentality. They have, in most instances, wilfully formed the habit and, while continuing in it, are irresponsible and a positive menace. Because of the danger of creating habituation, the Council on Pharmacy and Chemistry of the American Medical Association stated that heroin or morphine should not be used for symptoms which may be relieved by codeine or less actively habit-forming drugs. An attempt was made recently in Chicago to enforce the regulations concerning the prescribing of these drugs, when, in 1 week, 35 doctors and druggists were arraigned for their illicit sale. In a word, we have a duty to the addicts who come to the police court. We do not always fulfill the obligation by imprisoning them, although this is of primary and vital importance. Neither do we fulfill our obligation by dismissing their case with the customary threat, "It will be a bad day for you if you ever come back." Contrariwise, provisions must be made for the placing of addicts in whatever institution is indicated by their particular case. This may be jail, a hospital, a prison farm, or an asylum, as advised by the physician or psychopath. The police court, so far as addicts are concerned, should be a casualty clearing station, looking to the permanent cure of the addict, whether he be criminal, diseased, or both, and not as a pay station where he is taxed to enrich the ratepayers. But maybe the same applies to all kinds of crime. Maybe it does. In some states of the American Union, the law provides that if a complaint is made to a magistrate that any person is a drug addict, or upon the voluntary application, the magistrate, if satisfied of the truth thereof, may commit him to a state, county, or city hospital, or institution licensed under the State Lunacy Commission, or any correctional or charitable institution, or private hospital, or sanatorium having an unrevoked certificate of authority from the Department of Health for the treatment of inebriety. The particulars governing such commitments may be found in the Public Health Manual of the State Department of Health, Albany, New York. Dr. S. Blaine, writing the matter in The Survey, expresses himself as opposed to voluntary commitment and declares that it has been a failure as regards a very large proportion of the cases. He says the method whereby patients are bargained with is wrong in principle, and it is only too easy to make of a public institution a mere repair shop run on sentimental lines. Discussing the matter further, he says that every state should enact a habit law under which persons addicted to the use of habit forming drugs may be committed for a period not exceeding 1 year by the courts to a proper hospital or asylum, and providing for the necessary petitions, warrants, hearings, affidavits, reviews under writs of habeas corpus, and provision for the payment by the inebriate himself, his estate or relatives, or in the event of poverty, by warrant on the commissioners of the county in which the inebriate resides. Such an act should utilize existing institutions. This procedure would be very similar to that already adopted in some of our Canadian provinces for the commitment of criminals suffering from venereal disease. The Boylan Law of the State of New York provides that at any stage of a criminal proceeding, a judge or magistrate may commit a criminal in order to afford an opportunity for treatment, after which he may be returned to the court for trial. Part 4. But after all, our difficulties are not so much in the lack of adequate narcotic laws as in their want of enforcement. Laws are enforced through public sentiment, by honest officials, and through impartial administration. All three are requisite to the end. It is the habit of the public to lay the blame for non enforcement on officials, but especially on counsel for the defense. It is an attitude of mind which may easily be acquired, especially in the case of the latter. It is our habit to speak of counsel for the defense as a criminal lawyer, whereas he is only a lawyer for the criminal. So far as we can see, his chief culpability lies in his desire to persuade the criminal that he is earning his fee by protesting, cross questioning, repeating, denying, forbidding, objecting, and quoting, so that he not only takes time but trespasses upon eternity. Some day an irate judge is going to kill a lawyer for this; at least it is so anticipated. Indeed, it may be stated without fear of error that the lack of public sentiment is the chief reason for the halting gait of the law on its way to enforcement, or why, like Mephibosheth of old, it is lame on both its feet. Mr. F. W. Cohen, chief of the Narcotic Division of the Health Department at Ottawa, said in a recent letter, "It is of the utmost importance that the people themselves give to the various authorities charged with the enforcement of our opium and drug laws their moral backing and support at all times. For unless public opinion is aroused to the necessity of dealing sternly with this class of criminals and stamping out the drug traffic, and unless the people of every municipality are prepared to demand strict enforcement of these laws, and see to it that the police officers who are charged with this difficult task are backed up at all times, we cannot hope to stamp out this very great evil in Canada, no matter how ready or willing the police are to accomplish these ends. Dr. Prentice goes further and states, without any mincing of words, that there is a widespread and well organized conspiracy in the United States to defeat the purpose of the drug acts and to circumvent their requirements. Wolfish persons who are exploiting the victims of opiates seek to continue their profitable traffic by maintaining addiction. Folk can be found in Canada with similar aims in respect to the inebriate and addict. These are the filmy minded persons who declare the laws to be a joke, showing the development of a marvelous sense of humor, which enables them to laugh at the Constitution. This, however, is no reflection upon the laws. The most simple and explicit laws ever given to the world were the Ten Commandments. But, as already noted, even Moses was unable to ensure their strict enforcement. The public must see to it that the judge and police are supplied with that moral backing which will prevent their being intimidated by the outlawed drug interests or by the profiteering criminality known variously as the ring, the peddler, or the bootlegger. This support should not be of an erratic nature, the spasmodic outburst of a campaign, but one which is strong and ever during. End of Part 2, Chapter 27. Part 2, Chapter 28 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Healing. When the days were torment and the nights were clouded terror, when the powers of darkness had dominion on our soul, these put out their hands to us and healed us and made us whole. Rudyard Kipling. Dr. Harrington Sainsbury of London, who has written a volume on the drug habit from the psychotherapeutic standpoint, states that when, owing to an insufficient willpower on the part of the patient, the personal appeal has failed, the only alternative is treatment in an asylum or sanatorium. In discussing the matter, he says, the value of a sanatorium is great. The unaccustomed surroundings, the routine and regulated life, the officialism, above all, the personality of the superintendent, in which everything centers, all these elements sum themselves up and yield a therapeutic momentum which we shall look for in vain outside the institution. These institutions must not be confused with the narcotic clinics which were established in some of the American cities and found to be a failure for reasons set forth elsewhere in this volume. The experiment may have been considered both vexatious and costly, but at the same time it was a necessary one if we were to discern the better way. What the state of New York did in this behalf is of immense benefit not only to the whole republic, but to the world. Experiments in institutional care will still have to be made, but nevertheless we have gained much knowledge that is sound and satisfactory. We have learned concerning the institution for the healing of addicts, whether it be for their cure, follow-up treatment, or for both, that it must be conducted under the most rigid regulations, and that in dealing with addiction, this department of the government or municipality should be vested with plenary police powers. Part 2. Private sanatorium must, perforce, please their patrons to retain their custom, and to please a drug addict means you cannot cure him. It also means that discipline may not be enforced either because of the patient's abnormality or by reason of the interference of his well meaning but unduly sympathetic relatives. Although these have utterly failed in restraining the patient at home, they are often vastly suspicious of the physician, nurse, or other official who is succeeding at the institution. These officials who deal effectively with vices are nearly always stigmatized as hard, but unfortunately no defense may be advanced in that vice or disease cannot be disassociated from the persons in whom they find lodgment. Marcus Aurelius must have had this in mind when he said that the limbs were merely glued to the soul. It is claimed that in ancient times evils or devils were cast out by thaumaturgy, thus saving the worker from the loss of prestige through hardness, but apparently this art has become a lost one, so that the best we can do in modern days is to discipline the person with what gentleness we may. This can only be done successfully as we rid from our minds every vestige of thought which has to do with punishment. This becomes difficult to the official because of the very accusations preferred by the relatives or by a public which is not fully cognizant of the facts. Besides, really strong officials have not time to stop and explain. Moses must have been this kind of an official, for, while being a supreme lawmaker and law enforcer, his chronicler tells how his wist, not that his face, shone. To some of us, this is not only a very vital fact, but the most beautiful remark that has come down the ages. But apart from these considerations, it has been found that many addicts sign up and go to a private hospital to hide away from the police and, incidentally, get all the narcotics they desire. In a word, the cure is only so much camouflage. The physicians in charge of the hospital seldom speak out concerning this, in which respect they may be said to suffer from that same disease of the throat which Plutarch ascribed to Demosthenes when bribed not to speak against Harpalus, that is to say, from silver quinsy. Yes, institutions for the cure of drug addiction should be under the auspices of the government or municipality, with the constant attendance of physicians who are skilled in the cure of drug addiction and its psychiatry. These physicians should be well paid and, like all other officers attached to the institution, absolutely above suspicion. No penalty that is provided under the Drug Act should be too severe for an attendant purveying drugs to patients. Before leaving this phase of the subject, it might be well to point out that, as a government institution, the physicians might remove the cause if the trouble were an organic one. One can hardly expect a permanent cure in the case of an addict who is ill from a painful disease and without funds to pay for an operation. It is reported from New York that among male patients there is a large incidence of hernia, which frequently interferes with their performing physical labor, and which causes them distress from the use of different mechanical appliances. These are operated on under local anesthesia, without the disagreeable after effects of ether. Part 3. If possible, this institution should be on an island in order to prevent patients leaving or drugs being brought them. But even when marooned on an island, it would almost seem as if narcotics came to the patients by wireless. The institution should be clean, orderly, and cheerful, without suggestion of penal incarceration. A place that is at once a sanatorium, a farm, and an actual home. In a letter received from Dr. C. F. Neilson, the superintendent of the reformatory at Guelph, Ontario, he states the best cure to consist in work and play in the open air, regular hours, and good substantial food. He gives it as his opinion that not less than 6 months should be taken to cure of these left derelict by drugs, but that a year is better. After this period, the amount of willpower of the addict determines his future. It may be noted here that all drug addicts have a marked aversion to fresh air, so that this treatment presents more difficulties than would appear on the surface to the uninitiated citizen. Part 4. Dr. Sainsbury, who has given much study to the subject of institutional treatment, writes: "Our eyes are being opened to the great moral and physical value of purposeful occupation, the sanatoria for the treatment of consumptives being in point. Cannot this same beneficial agent, work, be utilized more in the sanatoria for inebriates of all kinds, displacing the eternal round of amusement which becomes so wearisome? Because of our success in the United States and Canada with occupational therapy in the case of shell-shocked soldiers, there is no occasion for a discussion of this matter. Wherever indicated, occupational work should be an adjunct to the hospital treatment. It should also go far towards a maintenance of the institution itself. Dr. Sainsbury also urges that more attention be paid to the treatment of addicts by psychic suggestion in conjunction with other medication. Suggestion, he says, can blunt the force of desire by so prejudicing the mind against it that allurements lose appreciability. Assistance of this kind is surely legitimate, and in fact, do we not daily make use of such, both in education of the child and in the reestablishment of the health of the sick? To help another to help himself is good practical morality of the world over, and sound spiritual economics. Part 5. Dr. James Hamilton, in the New York Medical Journal, has written an excellent article, since reprinted in pamphlet form, concerning the classification of criminals, and pointing out that it is a serious error in institutional care to accept indiscriminately the feeble-minded, criminal, and tubercular with the man whose only weakness is addiction. The latter becomes acquainted with the fellowship of rascals who, after release, are almost certain to tempt him with narcotics, especially if he have any funds at his disposal. Dr. Hamilton, who had charge of 1,556 addicts at the municipal farm at Rikers Island, New York, has declared that while the addict may be cured of his craving of the drug, his association with drug users after taking the cure leads almost invariably to his renewing the habit. There is no prophylaxis that will be of any avail until the manufacture and importation of drugs is closely supervised. In this connection, it is urged by some authorities that, after being released on parole for a period of 2 years, the erstwhile addict should report periodically and on these occasions be retained from 24 to 48 hours for observation. One of the chief detectives working in Ohio urges that if addicts are caught using drugs after being cured, they should be indicted instead of being tried summarily and sentenced to not less than 2 years in prison. Part 6. Dr. Hamilton's statement concerning the renewal of the habit after the cure undoubtedly leads us to ask the question, then why cure any of them? The drug kills them in a few years anyway, so why not let them die as soon as possible? Even if we are tempted to adopt so pagan and callous an attitude towards the youth of our country, we would have to treat them institutionally. 1. For the safety of the community. 2. For the prevention of crime. 3. To save the millions of dollars spent in the purchase of drugs. 4. Because of the prodigious loss in the constant employment of 2 or more millions of persons. 5. In order to impress upon the governments who pay the bills the necessity of eradicating the traffic at its source, thus obviating the necessity for institutions. In spite of the fact that the majority of persons relapse, we must still cure them. There is only one thing to do on all occasions, and that is the right thing. Yes, yes, we must still continue to be good Samaritans and to pour oil into the wounds of those who have fallen among thieves, but at the same time it would be the highest kind of wisdom as well as an excellent economy if we would set ourselves with seriousness to the task of exterminating those robbers who are known to infest the trails. It was Arthur Wood who said it was a good thing to arrest criminals, just as it was good to swat flies. We shall never go far towards ridding the community of criminals, he says, until we get at the breeding places. We must drain the swamps of crime as they drain the swamps in Cuba to get rid of the yellow fever mosquitoes. End of Part 2, Chapter 28. Part 2, Chapter 29 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forecast of Victory. The best is yet to be. Robert Browning. Such refraction of events as often rises ere they rise. Tennyson. Writing recently in the Boston American, Abraham C. Weber said, "Moderation in the use of drugs is impossible. Once the habit is established, the desire becomes insatiable. The breaking of the habit of the use of drugs is one of the most serious problems that humanity has had to deal with." Recognizing this fact, regulations were issued last year at Washington for the enforcement of the Harrison narcotic law, providing that no narcotic drugs could be placed in an addict's possession, nor was the treatment to extend over 30 days for a patient not confined in a proper hospital. While this is a move in the right direction, It probably means that the patient will have to change his physician every 30 days or, as an alternative, change his name. The cells of an addict's brain may be blurred and his wit disorganized until it comes to devices for evading the law, when his shrewdness and calculated audacity are nothing short of inspirations. The Washington regulations permit a physician to prescribe or dispense narcotics for the relief of acute pain without reference to the question of drug addiction. Narcotics may be prescribed for treatment of incurable diseases provided 1. That the patients are personally attended by the physician, 2. That he regulates the dosage, 3. That he prescribe no quantity greater than ordinarily recommended by members of his profession to be sufficient for proper treatment in a given case. Mere drug addiction is not considered as an incurable case, but those suffering from infirmity or old age, who are confirmed addicts of years' standing and who, in the opinion of the physician, require a minimum amount of narcotics to sustain life, may be considered in the incurable class. Ordinary addicts must be treated in accordance with the usual experience of the medical profession, the drug not to be placed in the addict's possession. D. Thompson, Chief Constable of Windsor, Ontario, who has thought to point out his opinion, gives it as that the government should give authority to one reliable physician in a city or town, making him responsible for the handling and distributing of all narcotics necessary for medicinal purposes within a certain area. In larger cities, it would probably require to be handled by more than one physician, but I believe that taking the selling of narcotics away from druggists, we would eliminate the temptation which now exists to use this method of making money. Another chief constable says, if physicians and druggists are allowed to control narcotics, the police are going to be powerless. Their breaches of the Liquor Act show that neither can be trusted. There, someone was bound to say it. Nevertheless, we stand to it that, as a whole, the words once addressed to Pasteur with touching simplicity are applicable to the members of the medical profession. You have been very great and very good. You have given a beautiful example. Now, whatever new regulations may be issued in Canada, the so-called ambulatory treatment, which places habit-forming drugs in the hands of a person for self-administration, should be declared unlawful, in that this treatment extends the abuse of narcotics and causes an increase in crime. It also makes for the distribution of the drug of addiction to other persons. Part 2. The medical, pharmaceutical, dental, and veterinarian associations in all parts of the continent could do excellent service if, on their own initiative, they secured the evidence to prosecute those of their members who violate the federal, provincial, or state narcotic enactments. Some associations are already performing this service, although up to the present none can be charged as overly precipitate in action. There is no reason why these associations should not protect their own and the people's rights by prosecuting these renegade members of their profession. A minority, to be sure, who engage in so nefarious and disreputable a trade as poison vending. Physicians could also help by drawing the attention of the public to the slum conditions which enable the Oriental peddler to ply his business in comparative safety. Entering these places in his daily practice, the physician can speak with more authority than anyone else. It is a thousand pities they are so generally inarticulate on the subject. The unsanitary conditions prevailing should alone be sufficient cause for their taking the lead for better housing, with more sunlight and fresh air. Physicians could also do much to prevent the acquiring of the drug habit by agitating for the examination of children in schools by a specialist, whereby psychopathic tendencies could be detected and, if possible, corrected. The system of medical inspection of schools being already established, this work would only be an adjunct thereto. Although they have grown in stature, many children in the schools are hardly more developed mentally than those 120,000 persons from whom Jehovah showed special care, in that they knew not their right hand from their left. Part 3. Physicians who have charge of institutions should see to it that narcotics are kept under lock and key, and that the quantities dispensed in doses be accounted for like cash in a bank. Everyone who has to do with drug users know that narcotics are frequently stolen from the motor cars of physicians and from the hospitals by servants and others. The other day in Edmonton, a girl of 16 who worked as a domestic in one of the hospitals was reported to be using cocaine while out in the evenings, and that she claimed to have got her supply at the institution. She was brought in for examination, but no drugs were found upon her. 3 days later she was again brought in, when it was found that, having emptied the toothpaste from a tube, she had unfolded it at the bottom and inserted the drug. As one looked at her slight frame and flower-like face, it was to recall the lines of Arthur Stringer. "What is this madness, girl? What is your name? And why should one so young fight bitterly to go to such a death? Why, child, look up at me. You are too young to know what sorrow is. These eyes are still, too soft to peer into the awful night that never answers us and never ends." But it was legislation we were speaking about when led aside to speak of how physicians might help with the safeguarding of inhibited drugs. So let us return to our subject. Under Regulations 35 of the United States, 1919, it has been provided that any unused narcotic drug left by a practitioner upon discharge of a nurse must be returned to the practitioner, who will account for the drugs on his records. It goes without saying that a similar regulation should be issued in Canada, and that it be strictly enforced. A patient who has been receiving opiates should be freed from the temptation of using them further, or the nurse of making other disposal. Part 4. In Canada, all persons who are arrested for trafficking in narcotics, whether convicted or not, in any city or town, should have their photograph and fingerprints taken by the police and forwarded to a central bureau, preferably at Ottawa, where these could be copied and sent broadcast to all police officers throughout the Dominion. In this way, the police could be on the lookout for these traffickers, and as soon as they arrive in a city or town, if occasion warranted, apprehend them. At the present time, when a person is convicted of an offense against the Opium and Drugs Act and pays his fine or serves a term in jail, he is released, and as a rule leaves for some other locality to again ply his illegal trade, and the authorities of the city to which he goes have no information concerning him. He may therefore be able to operate for months or years before eventually being caught. For some time, the United States authorities have been desiring to cooperate with the Canadian authorities in this respect, but we are powerless to act until the Identification Act be amended to provide for the taking of the photographs. This would not seem to be a serious undertaking, but up to the present, nothing has been accomplished. Chris H. Newton, the chief constable at Winnipeg, has been active in this behalf and last year requested the Department of Justice at Ottawa for an amendment of this act, whereby a clause might be included giving the necessary authority to the police. In a letter written about that time, he says, I was recently approached by Dr. Carlton Simon, Special Deputy Police Commissioner for the City of New York, with a view to exchanging photographs and descriptions in this connection. He, in turn, being willing to supply us with much data. On account of not being able to obtain this information, I was compelled to decline his request. Anyone who lives in Western Canada and knows the proximity of Winnipeg to the American border will realize how Chief Newton was seriously handicapped in not having records of the addicts who take refuge in his city. This is a state of affairs which should be rectified without any delay whatsoever. Part 5. In the United States, it has been found that the majority of addicts have criminal histories, so that this system not only enables the authorities to deal with the drug masters, but also with those of the users who are vicious. Dr. Hamilton recommends that, in the case of addicts, 4 cards be made: one to be kept by the addict, one by the institution treating him, one by the health department, and one by the police department. In order to prevent fraud and misrepresentation, the addict should carry his card, and communications made to physicians should not be privileged. Physicians should be required by law to report all cases to the provincial or state Department of Health, whose officers should have the power to inspect any place where addicts are treated, and to issue process for investigations incidental to the enforcement of law, including the examination of witnesses, production of books, etc. With a central bureau at Ottawa, it would be possible to telegraph the formula of the fingerprints from any part of the Dominion, and to know almost immediately the history of the peddler or addict who has been arrested. It may be mentioned here that there is already a central identification bureau at Ottawa, but the records do not include the cases here mentioned. It might be urged by addicts who have acquired the habit through illness, or others who have drifted into the thrall of the drug without realizing its serious nature, that the recording of their fingerprints would be derogatory and maybe inimical.
If a person wishes to obviate this necessity, he has only to refrain from using narcotics. If he refuses to exercise his willpower to this extent, the safety of the public is the first consideration. But in reality, this finger photography has become so common that it no longer carries the stigma which at first attached. In some banks in the United States, the depositor's identification card bears his fingerprint as a complete protection against forgery. The process of taking his print from the check takes less than 30 seconds. This is not a new idea. For the Chinese, 2 centuries before the Christian era, used the thumbprint for their signature on all legal and business documents. It is also used in India. Fingerprints are made in the United States of every soldier and sailor in the Army and Navy, and these prints are coming to be considered as valuable for protection as for detection. After the transport Tuscania was sunk off the Irish coast, with no means of identification at hand, the government ordered that every fighter carry his badge around his neck, this badge bearing a replica of his thumbprint. On the reverse side was the name and company of the wearer. If killed, his badge was transmitted to Washington, thus establishing his identity beyond question. Because of the large amounts of money paid annually by insurance companies for persons who are actually not dead, the advisability of taking the fingerprints of policy holders is being discussed. Others are advocating that newborn babies in hospitals have photographs of their footprints at birth and on leaving the institution to prevent the possibility of a mother getting a child which is not her own. Such an error was made this year in Canada and was not rectified until 5 months later. If the addict still requires assurance as to the propriety of the photograph, we might point out that Mrs. John King Van Rensselaer of New York has organized a National Scientific Registration Society for the protection of life and property, with Mr. Bruce Falconer as its first president, so that, like as not, we shall catch the idea in Canada and presently be making a fad of dactyloscopy, even as we have of palmistry. End of Part 2, Chapter 29. Part 2, Chapter 30 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The contest. I therefore go and join head, heart, and hand, active and firm, to fight the bloodless fight of science, freedom, and the truth. S. T. Coleridge. Recently, a man was taken by the police on the Pacific coast with a quantity of narcotics and drug instruments in his possession. According to their information, instead of using runners, he was doing business by a regular mail distributing system with Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Des Moines, Spokane, Seattle, Portland, Butte, and a number of other towns through the states of Washington, Idaho, and Oregon. His method was simply to insert the drug in an envelope and mail it to the addict without any invoice or other paper, whereby its source might be traced. The police declare this system has been firmly established by a large ring of drug masters operating on both sides of the border line. Systems of this kind demonstrate the advisability of our having a special drug squad in every city, men who are observers with special capacity for action. This force need not be a large one, probably 2 or 3 men, for they would always be able to call other detectives to their assistance. But the work of this force should relate solely to the drug traffic. Ordinary police officers without training cannot possibly cope with the cunningly devised methods of the peddler and addict. The work of trailing the peddler is often a long and expensive one, and usually means the establishing of contact with them in a social way. The drug squad must almost live in the underworld, or at least be in hourly contact with the denizens thereof in order to secure convictions. Presently, the detective begins to connect different persons with different routes, taxi stands, drug stores, and physicians. He will get to know what railway porters are in the know, and how they make their transfer. He will hear when big shipments of illicit drugs are expected and who is manipulating them. He will know an addict at first glance, as well as being able to identify narcotics, matters concerning which the average policeman or detective is an entire novice. The members of a drug squad will also know how to search a building, or to direct the search should occasion warrant. Although if the detective who has been living in the underworld comes out from cover even once, he is apt to get frozen in so complete a manner that he never thaws out. Sometimes they call this croaking him, but the effect is the same, an inquest and an open verdict. It seems to be eminently true what Sir W. S. Gilbert wrote about the matter. When constabulary's duty to be done, a policeman's lot is not a happy one. In searching an opium den in Alberta, the detectives, all skilled men, were unable to locate the cache which was known to be there, although they worked for hours. Finally, unruffled and undismayed, they proceeded to examine the place inch by inch. After sweeping the floor, they scrutinized every board, till at last they discovered one secured to place by screws instead of nails. These screws were sunken in the boards, and the spaces filled with dirt, thus presenting a level surface. A turn screw was secured, and, thrilled to the core of their hearts, the searchers lifted the board. But hold a while, gently, sirs, gently. Who could have believed such a thing possible? While the searchers worked, other Chinamen in the room below had removed the screws from the corresponding board in the ceiling beneath, and had taken away the opium. To put ordinary policemen or even ordinary detectives to work on tasks like these is only a waste of time and money, as well as tending to abate their ambitions, no matter how high. Perhaps the readers who have come thus far with me will also deduce that this is not a work which can be undertaken to any marked extent by philanthropists. It is true these may supply the funds, but in the end the task has to be done by men with some little aptitude and training. We need men, too, with social address for certain phases of this work, particularly as it relates to the ring. It has been said that provided he has squint eyes and a dark complexion, almost anybody feels himself qualified to unravel the threads of crime, and the idea is very commonly held. In our experience, we have deduced that the majority of police detectives, with a few notable exceptions, have not the polished address which would enable them to mingle freely with criminals in what is known as social life. While the powers of deduction are a great asset in spotting and trailing these special criminals, these are not more important than patience, fearlessness, honesty, and the ability to close one's mouth and open one's eyes. There are good openings for educated men with such qualifications, even if the men are lonely for a while. Part 2. Because governments have failed to grasp the seriousness of the situation, the sums allotted to dealing with the drug traffic have been entirely inadequate, indeed, pitifully so. In Canada, no figures have been compiled on the cost of drug addiction, except at Vancouver, where they have computed that the amount spent in their city is more than the combined annual receipts of their three largest departmental stores. A reporter on the Vancouver World has said, also, our bill for the upkeep of addicts at the Ocala jail last year was $23,000. In December alone, it was $2,828. In the face of these facts, it seems the commonest kind of sense for the Canadian government to provide adequately for the machinery to eliminate the traffic. Assuredly, this is a place wherein it is amply demonstrated that there is that scattereth and yet increaseth. Part 3. Speaking of the government expenditure of the United States for their fiscal year ending January 30th, 1920, Edward Bennett Rossa, chief of the Bureau of Standards, has shown that 92.8% of the entire appropriations of the year were devoted to past, present, and future war. His statement startled the American public, even stunned them, that only 7.2% of all the monies appropriated were used for the cause of civilization was a terrible indictment against America. After this statement, the secretaries of the Treasury of the United States applied themselves to work on their adding machines and showing that for the 131 years of its existence, the amount spent on war or things relating to or resulting from war averaged 78.5% of the yearly appropriations. Previously, reports had always been totaled horizontally to show the annual cost of government. They had never been totaled vertically to get a comparison between the items of expenditure. Part 4. Of the amount spent on the cause of civilization, that is to say, the 7.2%, the sum of $750,000 was appropriated for the enforcement of the Harrison Narcotic Law, which, after all, is a revenue act, so that this sum was actually appropriated to ensure the collection of dues. When one turns to look at the cost of the addicts to the United States, apart from the loss in wages or of the drugs consumed, the sums are amazing. The figures we quote are those given by Dr. Irwin C. Ruth, head of the International Revenue Department of Boston, who says conservative estimates place the value of property lost and destroyed by a single addict in a year at $2,500. The aggregate would be $5 billion on this basis. The average drug slave spends $25 a year for hypodermic equipment alone, with 2 million persons using dope. The yearly cost of hypodermic instruments would be $50 million. It is very difficult, he says further, to obtain public figures on the cost of taking care of drug addicts who land in jail as a result of crime. A guess would be $20 apiece, or $10 million for the total number. Fully 80% of the professional criminals are drug addicts. It seems a pity that governments must so frequently be appealed to from the monetary standpoint where matters of health and morals are concerned, and it would appear that the ends which have not been compassed by science or philanthropy must be won in the interest of business. It is hardly conceivable that the astounding waste which comes from drug addiction can be allowed to continue on this continent. Viewing these matters from their human and ethical standpoints, the editor of the Victoria Times has summed them up admirably in the following sentences. Until the nation as a whole shall make up its mind that the traffic must stop, that those unfortunate victims who have fallen prey to the wiles of the stronger willed shall be cared for and protected, that the scale of punishment be such as will literally terrify the nefarious traitor, there will still be a large army willing to take the drug selling route to considerable affluence. But once the people shall have taken hold of the thing with the right sort of fever, hope of a successful campaign will be real. End of part 2, chapter 30. Part 2, chapter 31 of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Addicts, Apologia. The trouble with a book is the impossibility of saying secret things to certain people. Because of the purchaser, one may not preempt the pages or bid that they be uncut. This is why I may not speak alone with those of you who have been variously spoken of as addicts, hopheads, drug takers, cocainists, and even as drug fiends. For the most part, these words have had a hard sound, and they are hard. As I wrote concerning their signification, I knew they must sting and wound you. These were the only pages of my book that were painful in the writing, and I cannot close it without craving your pardon. Because I have known some of you in your hours of deepest depression and have looked into your lives with closest scrutiny, I cannot but suffer with you. To have seen your tears of shame and sorrow, yes, and to have seen your anger, means that, at least, I understand. Once I traveled to the United States, 2,000 miles or more, to be with a friend who was undergoing a major operation, which until shortly before had been considered inoperable. Her sufferings were very great, and for days my distress of mind was intense. Then, all of a sudden, I was stricken with the same direful ailment and required the same operation. The surgeon himself came down to see me and explain the situation. I will not undergo this pain of the knife, I said. I shall die first. You will die all right, he replied, as he looked away. Then, turning him around again, Charles Mayo said, sharply, let go. You are not well enough to decide. Let go. You must leave yourself in my hands. And this was what I did, and why I pass the words to you. Leave yourself in the hands of your physician or of some suitable institution for the immediate withdrawal cure. Let go. Do it now. Do not hesitate or attempt to argue the question. Salvation lies this way. Do not be fearful. Once there were some men on a mountain, and they feared as they entered the cloud, not knowing it to be the cloud of transfiguration. At this, the end of my theme, let me repeat to you the words of Whitman as though they were my own. From all the rest, I single you out, having a message for you. Softly I lay my hand upon you. I am more than nurse, more than parent or neighbor. I absolve you from all except yourself. End of part 2, chapter 31. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of The Black Candle by Emily Murphy.